closely at this act to understand what it means, because it has it was a great focus of attention by the Joint Select Committee and indeed by the debate elsewhere. Clause 5 amends Section 9 to effect two significant changes. Firstly, it replaces the narrow wording of sending to another person found in Section 9 of the Act with the broader concept of publishing. This clause is a clause about malicious use of a computer, right? Firstly, it takes away this obligation to define that the offense has taken place by someone sending something to someone else. It redefines publishing, the concept of publishing, to ensure that once it is made public, whether it is by sending, by posting, by transmitting, that once it is no longer privately held by one person, that the offense can manifest itself. Mr. President, it also creates the new offense and addresses the very real issue of non-consensual sharing or publishing of intimate content. And that is often known around the, well, casually as revenge porn. I know we've all heard of it, and I think it's important to just discuss the clause a little more and to take the opportunity to speak publicly about why it's important to recognize the strengthening of the Act in this context. Mr. President, so Section 9, let me go through again, creates the offense of using a computer for malicious communication. That is, publishing to any other person any data, whether in form or message or otherwise, that is obscene, constitutes a threat or is menacing in nature, and with the intention to harass or cause harm or the apprehension or harm. So you're threatening someone, you're publishing anything that is obscene, that this is an offense under Section 9.
You better listen to this.
Therefore, a crime that can be reported to the police. So it is not just a matter of being upset or being fearful or feeling harassed or aggressed. It is a crime and can be reported to the police. So during the review of the Cybercrimes Act, Mr. President, this clause was defined, again, as I said before, within the context of someone having to send that communication to someone else. And it was recognized by the prosecutors, by the police, and by stakeholders that the definition as it was, the actus reus of the offense, the requirement for sending, made it difficult to prosecute. That the interpretation of clause didn't allow for the widest application of the circumstances within, especially the use of social media within a modern context. So that publication, that is making the material available electronically, that was what was now required. And this is why clause 5 now seeks to define publish in relation to any image that depicts sexual activity, nudity, and that is captured, generated, or created. And Mr. President, I'll just take the opportunity to pause here and advise our young people, but it's not only young people, to pause and think. Sometimes photos can be taken without your knowledge, and that is one thing. But sometimes you can be in a situation of trust where it is that you feel that a photo that is taken, whether of an intimate moment or of yourself in any state of undress, that it will be just treated as a private moment. And it may well be intended at that time. But things can change. And it is important, therefore, for you to guard very carefully access and permission to persons who have this kind or who are permitted to share this kind of moment with you. This is as gently as I can put it. Because when you hear the stories of the emotional blackmail, the fear, the actual financial blackmail, the bullying that takes place around circumstances that could never have been anticipated, I want to say to our young people, and or not so young, who may find themselves in these circumstances, that if you are being threatened, bullied, blackmailed, because of a moment of trust or a moment in which your trust was abused, it is a crime and you can report it to the police, and you should. Speak to someone you trust. Speak to someone you trust. Have them hold your hand if necessary. I know it will not be easy, but if you give people the power, they will take it. And you have to be able to work with someone to get the police. They will be on your side. They are being trained in dealing with these issues. They are being trained to be sensitive to this kind of matter, and they understand that it's not an issue of blaming you.
Okay.
You are a victim of a crime, and this bill is being amended to allow you to make a report more easily in a circumstance of revenge porn.
Okay.
So I want you to know that this is something that this Parliament has thought deeply about. The Joint Select Committee debated it heavily, understood that you are not to be blamed, that you are a victim, and that you therefore should be supported in the ability to report a crime, have it prosecuted on your behalf, so that they will not have power over you ad infinitum. So, Mr. President, this bill creates this standalone consent-based offense in order to ensure that where these scenarios don't necessarily fall within the definition of obscene, which is in the first clause, the first subsection, that it still receives the protection that is required, recognizing the development of criminality in the society. It makes, clause 5, Mr. President, makes it abundantly clear also that a person under the age of 18 is incapable of giving consent for the purposes of sharing intimate images. And I want to explain this. So it means that even if you said okay to the picture, you don't have to spend time feeling guilty about it, because in the moment you trusted that it was okay. But the law does not consider that an issue that will prevent you from making the report. It is the abuse of your trust in making the picture public that is the crime. And that is why you are therefore protected under the bill that we're passing today. You will be protected by it in order to ensure that you can have be protected by the law. And Mr. President, why this clause has been put in as well is to make sure that there is absolute clarity that the provision as it existed before, that it doesn't allow for a consent-based exception to the Child Pornography Prevention Act, because the Child Pornography Prevention Act also addresses these issues, but it will work together with the Cybercrimes Act. And what we've made sure is that with the technical advice provided is that there is no issue of consent that can muddy the waters in terms of such an offense. Once it is shared, once it is published, then the crime manifests itself, and you can make a report to the police. Mr. President, the clause does provide statutory defenses for legitimate publication context, including detecting. So if you're looking for a crime, you're looking to identify where a crime has taken place, investigating or preventing crime in legal proceedings, clearly, bona fide educational, scientific, or medical research, and of course, reporting about historical events and reporting about current events with reasonable care taken to omit the depiction of the sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity as the case may be. So, Mr. President, it is to be noted that the offense attracts the same monetary penalties and custodial sentences which currently apply to the offense of using a computer for malicious communication. So let me just remind that before a magistrate's court, on summary conviction, an offender may be liable in the case of a first offense to a fine not exceeding $4 million or imprisonment of a term not exceeding 4 years or both. So I'm advising the public to take these things seriously. They are serious crimes. It is not a little relationship issue and boy, you can say sorry and it's okay. $4 million or 4 years in prison for a first offense. So think carefully about how hard you want to hurt someone. Think carefully before you take that action and click send. Mr. President, if any damage is caused as a result of the commission of the offense, you are also liable to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5, or both the fine and imprisonment. And in the case of a second or subsequent offense, regardless of whether any damage is caused or not, to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Mr. President, that's at the RM court level, that's at the parish court level. At the circuit court level, the offender may be liable in the case of a first offense to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both such fine and imprisonment, and if damage is caused, to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years, or both such fine and imprisonment, or in the case of a second or subsequent offense, to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Additionally, Mr. President,
choose your location, select or build your favorite pizza. Once you're happy, click add to order. Enter your
not exceeding 20 years may be imposed. So, Mr. President, these fines and these penalties are in the Principal Act. I am reading them again to make sure that the public who is listening is 100% clear about the seriousness of revenge porn as a crime and how it is treated under this Act. Mr. President, Clause 6 amends Section 10 of the Principal Act, and this is seeking to strengthen Jamaica's ability to disrupt organized cybercrime by targeting acts which precede offenses such as hacking, and to prevent the creation of black markets in items where these tools are traded, rented, bundled, and delivered like a service. So, Mr. President, the clause meets this objective by criminalizing without lawful justification, that is, criminalizing the acts once they don't have lawful justification, of the intentional manufacture, sale, importation, distribution, disclosure, or making available of a computer, a key, which we just discussed already, or any other data or device designed or adapted primarily for the purpose of committing the offenses outlined at sections 3 to 9. So the clause also criminalizing receiving and possessing such keys, data, or devices with the intent that they be used to commit these offenses. So, Mr. President, the bill is thereby strengthening the hands of our law enforcement agencies, as they'll be able to not only chase the individual offender, but the enablers, the people and the people with the tools that make the commission of cybercrimes possible. Mr. President, Clause 7 amends Section 11 of the Principal Act, and Section 11 seeks to impose harsher sanctions where the offense committed is against or involves computers and or systems, the interference with which will have a debilitating act on, among other things, security, the provision of public services, and the protection of public safety. These systems are referred to as protected computers. And clearly the difference between the damage that's caused by hacking into an individual citizen's computer versus hacking into that of the constabulary or that of the any investigative organization, or in fact any public service or major institution within the ecosystem of a government. So, Mr. President, this is Clause 7 updates the language of Section 11 by inserting the word revenue.
TikTok, 100,000 likes at the AM, you know. YouTube, everybody on YouTube watching. Please just hit the like button. Today is Friday, you know, man. Don't be stingy, don't be mean. You understand what I deal with? Bless up if you can on the gift side and also the super chat. Let's go.
Alongside banking and financial services, these are critical computers, and replacing the terminology medical with the broader term health. The update is strategic as it ensures that attacks on revenue and health systems are treated with the greatest degree of severity, given the potential to cause national disruption and economic instability, as well as undermining public confidence by exposing sensitive personal data. Mr. President, Clause 8 repeals and replaces Section 15 of the Act, creating a clear offense where the owner, occupier, or person responsible for the management of premises knowingly causes or permits the premises to be used for any purpose that constitutes an offense under the Act. And the offense attracts a fine or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 15 years.
Vibes, we are dealing with.
Recognize the genesis of this clause. This comes from the same languages used in the Lottery Scam Act, if I call it that informally so everybody recognizes it, where premises are used to facilitate illegal activities, then they become liable too. And it's trying to get at all of the levels of cooperation in the crimes. So, Mr. President, this clause reflects an important policy decision arising from the review process because it repeals what was a previous compensation provision.
Working people, working.
Allowing victims to now access the more comprehensive compensation framework under Section 24A of the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which allows the court to impose restitution orders for the benefit of victims, so that victims' cases can be considered on a case-by-case circumstance and the appropriate compensation then be granted. Mr. President, Clause 9.
Yes, my side. Come through with the likes, my side.
Discipline and accountability of the JCF by requiring the Commissioner of Police to develop and implement a code of standard procedures to be complied with in any search and seizure under Section 18 of the Principal Act. This ensures due observance of the safeguards contained in Section 19, which requires the documentation of computer materials seized during the course of an investigation. And Mr. President, this was thought important because complex cybercrimes matters often succeed or fail based on the manner in which the digital evidence is handled. And the amendment is therefore intended to standardize the process by which cyber incidents are managed within the JCF and to ensure that all personnel follow consistent procedures when responding to cyber-related matters. And my understanding is that the work has started on the development of these standard procedures, and that by Q4 this year, we should have, they should be completed and the full sensitization take place within the JCF and related prosecutorial agencies. Mr. President, Clause 10 amends Section 20 of the Principal Act, and it simply makes an editorial update by aligning the reference in Section 20 to Section 18, which empowers the parish judge to issue a warrant authorizing a constable to search for and to seize computer material. The amendment links the provisions of Section 20 to the specific provision of the Act where the authority for issuing the warrant resides. Additionally, Mr. President, the clause replaces the reference to the Director of Public Prosecutions with the prosecution, therefore widening the category of court officers who can make the application for forfeiture of seized computer materials to include clerks of the court where required. Mr. President, Clause 11 aligns the Intersection of Communications Act with the amendment refers to in Clause 2 by similarly updating the definition of the word key to indicate that the key can be either electronic or digital, making sure that both acts work together well. So, Mr. President, as I take my seat and allow the debate to unfold, I again just reaffirm that there are many opportunities in the digital economy for all members of society, from ease of communication, doing business, accessing public services, banking transaction, income generation, investment. But at the core of digital transition must be the mechanisms to protect our citizens from potential harm that may also come from misuse of the same technologies. This bill has benefited from the work of the Joint Select Committee, which paves the way for bipartisan support, of which I am confident. And I'm therefore honored to commend this bill, Mr. President, to the members on both sides and look forward to their support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Small Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm good. Mr. President, I rise to contribute to the Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2026, and at the outset, let me indicate that I support the bill. I support the amendments that have been made, and I want to, in particular, associate myself with many of the comments that the Yes. So I was saying, I want to associate myself with many of the comments that the minister would have in particular directed to the public. And this is a very important piece of legislation, and I think strikes to the heart of central issues relevant to our everyday lives. Everything is online, and you know, it is really how we live, and in particular, many of the more unsavory elements of life are now playing out online. So, you know, I think the minister gave the public an excellent charge in that regard. You know, this particular bill and, you know, the Principal Act was heavily ventilated in the other place. There was extensive debate. It was the subject of a Joint Select Committee whose work resulted in the amendments that are put before us today. They undertook a comprehensive review, and you know, I had the opportunity to review the report, and I think, you know, the conclusion of same is why this bill has such heavy bipartisan support. Now, that being said, before turning to the substantive issues, I want to make a comment about the process that has brought us here. Right? The minister acknowledged that this certainly we would have wanted to have been considering these amendments before now. She mentioned that the Joint Select Committee started their work in 2021, and they concluded their report in 2023, and we are now discussing this in 2026. Right? Now, the fact is, Mr. President, that this is not an unusual timeline in legislative terms here in Jamaica.
What's up, Brian?
But it presents a very particular challenge in the context of the legislation that is before us and legislation of this nature. The truth is, Mr. President, that this legislation is directly tied to technology. And that is an area that evolves rapidly, continuously, and unpredictably.
Yes.
And what that means is that any delay in the work necessary in this space has real and practical consequences. It creates a widening gap between the law and the reality that it's intended to regulate everyday life. And it means that by the time amendments are brought
right now,
elements of the framework may already be less relevant than they could be, given the pace of evolution of technology. And indeed, cybercrime itself has evolved since the Joint Select Committee started.
It's live right now, Karen, live.
No, it's
TikTok now want me show you, so me have to take off your screen.
It was carefully considered, and it provides an excellent foundation for the amendments before us. But it does highlight, I think, what is a structural challenge in our legislative process, and a degree of latency that is particularly exposed when we look at laws in areas like this. And so I think there are two important reflections that arise from this. The first, from my perspective, is just a general reminder that we need to prioritize urgency, in a sense, in bringing forward amendments to legislation that operate in fast-moving domains like technology. That's number one. And I think, two, that we need to consider whether for legislation of this nature, where we are aware that it requires continuous review, that we embed more frequent and structured review mechanisms, not just reviewing it in, say, an episodic or infrequent way. Because in this case, Mr. President, as I mentioned, for a law of this nature, if it's not evolving, then by definition, it's falling behind reality. So in that context, I'll make a couple of comments with respect to the bill before us today. Mr. President, the first area I want to touch on is artificial intelligence.
Yes.
Now, I think this area most clearly illustrates the point that I just made with respect to the need for urgency and frequent updating of laws of this nature. Because when you review the bill in detail, Mr. President, given the timing of the review, it becomes apparent that artificial intelligence is not addressed expressly at all.
No.
I understand that the minister characterized the act as being technology agnostic. Right? And Mr. President, I contend, however, that given the far-reaching and transformative capabilities of artificial intelligence, no cybercrimes law can be sufficiently agnostic in that regard. Now, to be fair, elements of the bill do, I think, attempt to embody that agnostic nature and, to provide sufficient breadth with respect to changes in technology. And it shows up, for example, in the provision which extends the definition of an intimate image to include one that is captured, generated, or created. Right? And I support that inclusion. So it does allow for the possibility for an AI-generated or manipulated image, which is commonly referred to as deepfakes, to fall into the scope of offense, right, where it's published without consent. But beyond that, the bill, Mr. President, it treats things like artificial intelligence in a largely indirect manner. And there is a gap there from my perspective, because AI is simply just not another tool. It fundamentally changes how cyber harm can be created, how it can be scaled, how it can be deployed. Right? It creates an environment, Mr. President, where images can be fabricated convincingly. Right? And AI has evolved so rapidly that the kind of images that you would see 6 months ago and the kind of technology that would be widely available 6 months ago has changed at a pace that we've never seen before. It can clone voices and mimic individuals in real time. It identifies, things that can be constructed and deployed digitally, documents that can be fabricated. Right? It can create highly personalized deception at scale, which is a problem. Right? And Mr. President, importantly, much of the harm happens before anything is ever published. Right? It occurs, from my perspective, in some instances at the point of creation of these fabricated images or whatever the case is. It occurs from my perspective when content, which may not be published in the traditional sense, is used to threaten or coerce or to extort or to impersonate in a sense. So the question from my perspective for us is whether the law is presently addressing the full life cycle of the harm, right? Or whether it's really focused on the end point when the damage is truly done. In jurisdictions like the UK and Australia, the legislative approach is already evolving to take account of this challenge. In the United Kingdom, for example, I understand that recent reforms have moved to criminalize not only sharing the images, but also the creation of the images, threatened sharing of the images, to include the deepfakes that I mentioned before. In Australia, I understand that the law recognizes digitally altered or synthetic material as within the law, and it has evolved to capture both the creation and non-consensual distribution of its content, alongside practical mechanisms to respond to this kind of image-based abuse. Right? So, I think, Mr. President, these examples point to a direction of travel, and against that backdrop, I believe that there are 3 areas that we could look at to strengthen the framework that is underpinned by this legislation. Now, I understand that there has been the creation of the AI Council, and there's parallel work being done there, which is necessary. It allows for real-time changes to be made outside of the legislative framework and to bolster it, and that's important, and I commend that. But I believe we should also consider, for future, making the treatment of artificial intelligence more explicit in this act, first and foremost, by, at a minimum, directly referencing the synthetic and AI content. And the current language is very helpful, I think. It clearly articulates and removes certain gaps that existed before. But I think placing artificial intelligence directly there will remove any ambiguity and future-proof the legislation.
True.
Secondly, I think we need to consider whether the offense should extend to the creation or commissioning of non-consensual synthetic images, right, where there's separation between the creation of the images and the actual publishing and distribution of them. This would address, I think, the harm at source, right? And it would almost, I'd say, dissuade persons who may be more adept at the use of the technology from doing so on behalf of the ultimate perpetrator. Right? And the third, Mr. President, is considering introducing an offense for threatening the publication, right? Threatening the use of this technology in ways that some people may not even imagine. They may see the results of it and feel afraid by virtue of unknown capabilities. Right? I think that is important as well.
Like and share,
Mr.
guys.
President, I think the bill takes an important step forward, to be clear. But of course, there could be greater specificity. I'll move to the second point, Mr. President, which is related to an element of what is already covered by the legislation. But I'm suggesting that we contemplate taking it a step further, which is cyber-enabled harassment. Right? And note the use of the word harassment. So I acknowledge that the bill does make important progress with respect to non-consensual publication of intimate images, which is very important. And I think, I would imagine, one of the typologies that the GCF is inundated with respect to cyber crimes. Right? And it's very necessary, very welcome, supported. But I think cyber harm, Mr. President, extends beyond intimate images. And this is where, in my view, I think the framework could be expanded. So what we're seeing increasingly is not an instance where there is a single malicious act that's committed in silo, but pattern of sustained digital behavior, coordinated behavior by one and multiple people. It's a situation where, for example, an individual is targeted by multiple emails, targeted on many different platforms by fake accounts. It's the creation of those multiple fake accounts to harass people across these platforms. Coordinated attacks, reputational harm, persistent intimidation online. It is, in effect, cyber stalking, really, in modern form. And Mr. President, one of the challenges, I think, just looking at the current framework is that it looks at incidents in an individual way, right? And they can be prosecuted in an individual way. A message is accessed, the email is accessed, the post is accessed, and the harm is, however, not always that single act. The harm, I think, is compounded by persistence. Right? It's about the accumulation and the combination of the different mechanisms that are used. And the fact that conduct is repeated and targeted and sustained over time. And I think that's what transforms the conduct from being merely a nuisance to being genuine harassment. And there is a growing body of data globally that shows that this kind of harassment, and it's apparent, right? It causes significant psychological and emotional impacts, particularly among young people. Right? So from my perspective, Mr. President, I think the law should be capable of recognizing not just the isolated acts, but characterizing, I'd say, courses of conduct and treating those in a more severe way. It's not just a one-off threat or a one-off distribution of an image, but looking at people who exude this kind of serial criminal behavior and treating with them very separately from somebody who may have done disparate elements of this kind of thing. It would allow us to look at the behavior in aggregate and treat with it accordingly, this kind of pattern-based conduct. I think, Mr. President, it will allow law enforcement to be equipped to assess behavior in its totality rather than just in fragments.
Come through my side with the likes. Come through with the likes.
And final area that I want to touch on.
We're supposed to reach more than that, man.
Lend my support to a comment that was made in the other place, which touches on the issue of cross-border enforcement in this area.
Remember the money gun them. Money gun Fridays.
Myself with the call that was made for Jamaica to consider acceding to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. Now, Mr. President, the reality is that many of these offenses that we're discussing or that are covered by this act, they don't originate within our borders.
Right.
Many of them don't. I mean, and the minister mentioned that, in fact, we have signed on to the UN treaty targeting cybercrimes in December of 2024, I believe. But I believe in relation to this particular area, more can be done. Right? It's here to stay. So, when individuals responsible for this kind of crime operate from different jurisdictions, when the infrastructure facilitating the crime is used, or rather that is used, the infrastructure that's used is located elsewhere, when the evidence is required to investigate and prosecute the matters sit outside of Jamaica, it creates a situation where we may not have seamless access or coordination. Right? Now, I understand that in practice, we have been able to do in different...
From London hotels to Paris apartments or Tokyo hostels, explore stays worldwide on
access to cooperation, and not just on a case-by-case basis, a framework that allows for consistent and structured and timely cooperation. Right? And by virtue of that, I am calling for us to consider looking at the Budapest Convention. Right? It will allow us to obtain digital evidence located in other jurisdictions.
Hi, Yvonne.
Enable more mutual
Dorothy, how you doing?
Coordinated investigation.
Thank you, Donna Christabel.
Can only serve to bolster our cybercrime prevention and fighting framework and tools. Right? Mr. President, the cybercrime is by its very nature borderless. And if our enforcement mechanisms are not as interconnected as they can be, then we may be at a disadvantage. And for that reason, I think this warrants serious consideration. So in closing, Mr. President, I want to reiterate that we support the bill. I want to again, endorse the minister's call to action from the public. And I think the bill, despite the fact that it could have come here sooner, represents meaningful progress. It modernizes important aspects of the law. It strengthens protections. It reflects the careful work of the Joint Select Committee and the deliberations that have taken place in the other place that would have brought forward, I think, ideas that can be taken forward.
Jamaica, much time a man say Joint Select Committee, I shoot him off for the NARRA bill, not going to the Joint Select Committee,
But Mr. President, as I indicated at the outset, we have to prioritize consistent and constant review for laws of this nature. Even the evolution, we have to prioritize urgency in relation to laws of this nature and continuous adaptability. And it requires a willingness to always be refining, right? Because the issues that we've discussed so far this morning, to include AI and harassment and so on, they are not static. They consistently evolve in the same way that we consistently have to update our antiviruses on our computer. That is how we should consider the legal framework here. So, Mr. President, despite those facts, this is a step forward, and it has our support. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Small Ferguson. Senator Cavan Gale.
Amoy, good morning.
Thank you, President. President, I rise as a member of the Joint Select Committee. And I think in the Senate, Senator Shireen Golden Campbell had joined the committee in the latter stages. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the work of the Joint Select Committee. And I want to make reference to CTD Joaquin Murray, who is here. Who had to deal with all those thought-provoking pushes that took place in that committee. And also Colonel Godfrey Sterling. And I think all the ambush the committee tried to pursue, he kept us in charge. I also want to commend Minister Darrell Vaz for his work in presiding over that committee and to allow us to be here where we are today. President, we live in a world that the digital transformation continues to evolve. One of the things that faced that committee was the fact that here we are debating and deliberating on issues on a day-to-day basis, unknown as to what will take place in the future. We live in a world that we're forced, by whatever means, in an open space to deal with the advent changes in technology. Just to conduct our own business, or maybe to keep pace of technology that is driven globally. In the workplace, it is fast-paced. Workers have had to treat with the advent of technology. And it is a pressure that is being borne. And those of us who use the WhatsApp messages quite often, you are even pressured by those who, when they send you a message and the 2 tick comes in or the blue tick, you are being pressured. We have seen situations where the advent of technology has pressured us so much that someone somewhere in a different time zone, when you might be hibernating, expect you to respond because they have sent you either email or a piece of communication. Because the sun is shining where they are. But that's the advent of technology, and that's the force that would have taken place. And that's the issue that we have to keep up with real time in terms of protecting against cybercrime. Mr. President, it's an important debate. But the value to take away from it is strengthening compensation mechanisms lies in recognizing that there are some devastating impacts that would have been created on individuals and businesses by virtue of cybercrimes. We deal with the question of stolen identity, online harassment over persons whose financial security has been taken away. Their emotional well-being, Mr. President, that sense of safety in the digital space has been undermined. So there was a time when you were worried about your physical harm.
My side, get the lights up. My side, get the lights up.
Harming.
We're supposed to get at least 40,000 likes right now on TikTok. Get the likes up, guys. Get the likes up. Share the video. Let's go.
Digital space. So cybercrime today, it takes many forms. And our citizens are exposed increasingly to a wide range of threats. Identity theft, your personal data has gone into domains that you don't even know. When Senator Small Ferguson spoke about the transmitting of information, Senator Lambert Brown, you could be here, but then you could be seen in an image in Finland with a different background. That's the advent of technology. You could even look a different way. They could make you look slimmer. No. Each of these offenses, Mr. President, carries damage to reputation, disrupts livelihood, and it causes lethal trauma on the emotion. And in light of the realities, President, the proposed legislation today is seeking to deal with not only compensation, but attacking the perpetrators and bringing the entire system and the justice into being. President, in aligning the Cyber Crimes Act, the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee reveal a cyber landscape that was rapidly evolving at the time and continues to evolve. But we were advised at the time, and I just want to use some data. The Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team in 2020 alone, 136 cyber incidents were reported, with the top 3 categories being abusive content, impersonation, and revenge porn. Notably, sir, over 70% of these matters were referred to the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, and they were deemed prosecutable. However, a significant concern emerged. Many of these cases were not followed through to prosecution, highlighting a gap between reporting, investigation, and the judicial outcomes. President, the data provided by the DPP further underscores the challenge that it said between 2017 and 2020, the parish court saw fluctuating but persistent caseloads. In 2017, there were 65 active cases, 6 inactive, 26 disposed. In 2018, 61 active cases, 2 inactive, and 12 disposed. And across 2019 and 2020, 83 new cases were filed, 103 disposed, and 107 remained pending. For whatever those reasons are, they remain pending. The committee also examined a real-world cyber fraud incident involving phishing campaign at financial institutions. And from time to time, you would have seen on your own emails or whether your smartphone, some prompt comes up that is seeking to ascertain some information from you. I remember one specifically that continued to haunt. You know, Cable and Wireless had disbanded the Cable and Wireless Jamaica domain for your emails. And so you would have gotten these spams suggesting, here we are, we take note of the fact that you no longer, as of a particular date, is going to be using this domain. Complete this format to support the transitioning. But, you know, one of the things I normally do, I watch where this is coming from. And you would have seen where it's coming from, an email address that is assigned to a particular person, has nothing to do with Cable and Wireless. But the prompt came every month leading up to when Cable and Wireless would have removed the domain. And this is how persistent these persons are. They are very aggressive, and they need to be brought to justice. If we too must attack them. And President, one of the concerns, you know, that I particularly had raised during the committee is the matter in relation to you as a customer in a bank. And if you were exposed through that financial institution to any challenges, any deception, and if it was reported anywhere else to the authority. And what we found is that the financial institutions, they don't want to report them to the authority. They prefer to deal with it in the background. And the committee made us recommendation that, there must be some, even through anonymity, the aggregate number of these cyber fraudulent cases must be reported to some domain to track it. Even if you report it to the Financial Services Commission or the Central Bank, but it must be reported. Then there's the growing issue, Mr. President, of that a lot of debate surrounded the growing issue of malicious communication online. And while the right to free expression must always be preserved, the committee was very clear that there must be a firm boundary where speech or the transmitting of images that becomes harmful and it threatens the individual's reputation and livelihood and safety, that it must be addressed. And it's coming out today in the recommendation in the legislation. Mr. President, the committee's findings highlighted three critical realities. Cyber incidents were increasing in frequency. The attackers have become more and more sophisticated. So what you're accustomed to today changes tomorrow. And there's a gap between the reported cases and successful prosecution. President, these insights reinforces the urgency of legislative reform and what I consider institutional coordination. Because it can't be that just the reform is just pursuing, catching, and treating with it. But there has to be a coordination, a level of coordination that deals with information and educating the public. The public is going to require some level of technological or digital awareness. So this is not only about prosecuting, but this also must be around the protection of the society. There's in my mind, an unavoidable conclusion. Because today we're dealing with cybercrime. But tomorrow, we really have to deal with cybersecurity. And there ought to be the intention of legislation that deals with cybersecurity. That harmful attack of the digital space, creating that level of protection and security. It has to be a central national priority. And I want to take the opportunity to recommend that there has to be some level of coordination and cohesion in promoting cybersecurity. There was a youngster that came to me the other day and he said he wanted to pursue a degree in cybersecurity. And he asked, well, I thought about it and I said, well, it's a space that it's one of those growing levels of employment trends. Months after I saw him and I asked him, where are you with the application? And he said to me, he reconsidered. Because whilst it might be a gap in an emerging trend in a job, his concern was that if he was a cybersecurity expert and he was to have failed in the cybersecurity exposure to the business, would they still have confidence in him? And so he's pursuing some other area in technology. That's an obstacle we have to go around, and that's why we need to start having the conversation around cybersecurity to impress upon the confidence in need in as a country and as a society to manage our cybersecurity. So, Mr. President, we have the legislation today. But the important thing is that we need to test it and test it fast. Test it and test it quickly. And, there also, and I agree that this is one of the kinds of legislation that must have the quickest turnaround time in review. We cannot wait. We cannot have that normal period of review because similar to any other legislation. Because those who are attacking us, they are planning as we speak. They have gone to new levels of attack and harassment. We need to keep pace. And one of the things that we have to do as a point of priority is that we have to put in place a kind of risk assessment system of evaluation.
Jamaica, want to hear that? This bill is not about protecting the citizens of Jamaica, you know. This bill is about protecting them. You hear what I say? This bill is not about protecting the citizens of Jamaica. This bill is about protecting Juliet Owens, Andrew Owens. Them use it against Mama P, you know. For them people, you know, in the media, you know. Use all type of things against Mama P, you know. All type of the same thing when I'm talking about cyber attack, right? Them use the same thing them get and the same thing them against Mama P. Sydney, where I deal with Sydney, I listening part of this, you know. I listening part of this, me I make the thing run here. Yeah, man, I send it to you, I deal with right now. Me not go too pass it, cause right now me I move around same time. See me? So me now can get to pass it while they up here. So it kind of go hard for me later up my G. But if you know, listen what I'm saying again. That part that catch me. Attacking us.
We cannot have that normal period of review.
Yes.
Because similar to any other legislation.
Yes.
Because those who are attacking us,
yes,
they are planning as we speak.
So
they have gone.
So Jamaica, wanna see how it thing go do. Them are protect for themselves, you know. But when it come on to we the people and the NARRA bill, going to the Joint Select Committee is not important. But him want the thing to go to the Joint Select Committee because it's something that affect them. Wanna see how the drunker them stay? Wanna see how the drunker them stay? When it comes to protecting them, exposing self as you know. When it comes to protecting them, they read a big up. When it comes to protecting themselves, them ready. But when it comes to protecting the citizens of Jamaica, them job shot and protecting the poor, you see that? Alright. And because it happened to them friend, and because it happened to Christopher Tufton with Market Me, you understand, and them video with them put out. That is why they must show so much importance in this bill. That is why they put so much focus behind it. Not how you're doing. Jamie, big up. Let's continue.
On to new levels of attack and harassment, we need to keep pace. And one of the things that we have to do as a point of priority is that we have to put in place a kind of risk assessment system of evaluation, of tracking the issues that will formulate the next series of amendments that is going to be proposed in the legislation. So we have to find a way to track it. And so, President, the work of the Joint Select Committee has provided us with both evidence and direction. It is our responsibility to act decisively by advancing these legislations, embracing a futuristic, comprehensive approach to cybersecurity, and affirm our commitment to protecting our citizens in safeguarding also institutions and upholding justice in this digital age. So, sir, I commend the amendment to the legislation and I urge my other colleagues to support its intention for a stronger, safer, and a more secure digital Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. President.
Think them easy. Wanna think them easy?
Thank you, Senator Gale.
Can't stay there. Nats, you know what you're talking about, Nats. Nats, you know exactly what you're talking about. It don't really affect me still, you know, because I don't need to cyber attack nobody to rub them out. It don't really affect
Senator Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to contribute to the debate on the Cybercrimes Amendment Act
Who that
2026.
the Rasta man?
And let me
Wagwan
say
Michelle.
from the outset, the opposition supports the need to modernize Jamaica's cyber laws. We support stronger protection for children. We support sanctions against online fraud,
Yes,
identity
definitely.
theft, deep fakes, digital extortion, and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images.
Yes.
Mr. President, no Jamaican should be left defenseless in the digital space. But this debate cannot be separated from a deeper national conversation that is taking place.
Talk about it, Rasta.
The government comes to the parliament asking for more digital tools, stronger investigative powers, wider offences, tougher penalties, and clearer procedures on search and seize. Yet, Mr. President, the same government refuses to insist on one of the most basic digital accountability tools in modern policing, that is body-worn cameras. This is a contradiction, Mr. President.
Tell them, Mr.
The government wants cameras, codes, records, search, seizures, digital keys, and electronic evidence when it is pursuing the citizen.
Yes.
But when the citizen asks for cameras to protect life, liberty, and truth during police operations, we are told that's a crazy idea. But when, Mr. President, the minister who piloted the amendments in the lower house says Clause 9 requires the Commissioner of Police to develop a code of standard procedures for search and seizure under the Cybercrimes Act, because digital evidence must be handled with effectiveness and integrity. Yet, when the evidence concerns fatal police shooting, the same principle of integrity is treated as optional. Mr. President, this contradiction borders on hypocrisy. Indicom reported that 115 persons have been shot and killed by the security force year to date. That already exceeded the comparable figure in 2025, which is 87. Indicom also recently expressed concerns about public statements dismissing body-worn cameras. In this climate, the refusal to require body cameras in planned high-risk operation does not build confidence, it deepens suspicion.
Of course.
The government cannot say Jamaica needs a trusted digital society while resisting the very technologies that will help citizens trust the state. Mr. President, the minister
Jamaica,
responsible...
this alive. You see exactly what I just said a while ago? You see exactly what I just said a while ago? You see man come make my point in a one even deeper way? The more they try to protect themselves, then the business about the citizens of Jamaica. That's why they focus on the Cybercrimes Act. And I'm not fighting the Cybercrimes Act. I'm talking about the intention. The intention is to really protect them and not protect the citizens of Jamaica. And because them are feel it why important, not because it is important. Them are germs. I'm telling you, see when I come make a point there, big up the Rasta man, Mr. Bernard. What
national
a statement.
security says cameras make police target.
Sorry about that, guys. Woo.
Of the discussion, the question is not whether every officer...
On this about body-worn camera. So you have made your point, you can move on from it.
Oh, hold on, I want to go on
Mr.
there,
President, they criminalize the
I want to go on there, sir.
years for cybercrime offense against children,
Them a try-
then
them a
surely
try shut
the
up the
state
man.
must answer when minors are among those killed in police operations. If the law can punish property owners who knowingly permit premises to be used for cybercrimes, then surely public officials must be accountable when systems knowingly permit lethal operations without adequate transparency. This is the central issue, Mr. President. Accountability cannot be selective. We therefore propose, Mr. President,
that this Senate use the passing of this bill to call for a broader digital accountability framework, including a statutory body-worn camera policy for the JSA.
Although I tell you, you're still although I warn you about it, you're still proceeding. You're talking about this piece of legislation here, and you're calling the Senate to call them for body-worn camera. Come on, Mr. Bernard, man.
Years for cyber
Hold on.
because
How are really going in Jamaica? How are this?
police.
How are this? Why is the Muslim of the People's National Party that is talking for the citizens of Jamaica? We say Jamaica on better stand up and they say everywhere we go. Senate, everywhere. Them are trying to block the man in front talk the things them. We need to talk and what we want to talk. And our voices is being heard through Mr. Bernard, and them are trying to shut it down. Listen to this. Listen to this. What a piece of bangarang in a Jamaica.
Digital society, while resisting the very technologies that will help citizens trust the state. Mr. President, the minister responsible for national security says cameras make police targets. But that cannot be the end of the discussion. The question is not whether every officer must wear a camera.
So, nobody has objected to it, and I know that you are adroitly, Senator Brown, leave me alone, let me finish, please. I notice that you are adroitly sort of moving the discussion in relation to the wider issue of cybersecurity, but you can keep that debate for another time about body-worn cameras. I'm not going to allow you to make that debate on this about body-worn camera. So you have made your point, you can move on from it.
Mr. President, the presentation goes into offering some opportunities going forward. Mr. President. The government says cybercrime is dangerous because harm now travels through digital platform. Mr. President, if the law criminalized the non-consensual publication of an intimate image because dignity matters, then surely the law can require recording the state encounters where life may be taken because life matters even more. If the law can impose up to 20 years for cybercrime offense against children, then surely the state must answer when minors are among those killed in police operations.
That's right.
If the law can punish property owners who knowingly permit premises to be used for cybercrimes, then surely public officials must be accountable when systems knowingly permit lethal operations without adequate transparency. This is the central issue, Mr. President. Accountability cannot be selective. We therefore propose, Mr. President, that this Senate use the passing of this bill to call for a broader digital accountability framework, including a statutory body-worn camera policy for the JSA.
Although I tell you, you're still although I warn you about it, you're still proceeding. You're talking about this piece of legislation here, and you're calling the Senate to call them for body-worn camera. Come on, Mr. Bernard, man.
But they can respond. We don't need to respond.
No, I'm dealing. Is it? Look here. I'm just concerned with it. Senator Brown. Anytime I want your guidance, I will ask you for it. Give me the standing order. The standing orders require you to be relevant, So just. You recognize the activists in the president, Mr. Professor Morris? Senator Brown, your presentation is very good, but you're running off of the rail to a certain extent. Just stick to the topic of the bill, man.
Mr. President, I will move to conclude. I will move to conclude, Mr. President. So today, as we straighten the Cybercrimes Act, we say to the government, So, Mr. President, as we strengthen the Cybercrimes Act, we say to the government, in addition to coming to the Parliament and preaching digital trust, we also encourage that we do not ignore the impunity that is being handed down. We do not demand transparency for citizens while shielding the coercive power of the state from transparency. We do not criminalize digital harm while ignoring the evidential darkness surrounding fatal police encounter. Mr. President, the opposition supports the cyber bill, but we insist that national security must be constitutional security, public safety must be rights-based safety, and digital accountability must apply not only to govern, but also to those who are doing the governing. The police, their searches, their seizures, their arrests, and too often times in Jamaica, the extrajudicial killing. Mr. President, if you may please you.
Hold them, Rasta, hold them.
Thank you, Senator Bernard.
Hold them. Hold them, Rasta.
Man needs some guidance. Man needs some guidance instead of him getting encouraged. Senator Thompson. Senator Dr. Thompson. Senator Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Thompson, I recognize you twice before you started actually.
Thank you again, Mr. President. So, I just want to say, Mr. President, we've had a very interesting week this week. And for me, it was a very interesting week. And yesterday, I think most of us would have seen a video, a very disturbing video that has gone viral and would have disappointed everybody with the culmination of losing 2 lives. And it was a very disturbing video, and really we have to reflect on the times that we're in, Mr. President. And we have a lot of reflecting to do as a country, I would say. So let me start like this.
Just to be clear, what is the video that you are referring to? Is it an incident from Central Kingston?
Correct. The incident with the stabbing.
Because there was more than one disturbing video last week.
That will come. So let me say, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Mr. President, I rise in support of the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026, not as a technologist, not as a cybersecurity specialist, and certainly not as someone who would pretend that this is my ordinary field of expertise. I rise as a medical practitioner, and from that standpoint, I say at the outset that this bill is not merely about computers, codes, devices, data, or platforms. It is about injury, vulnerability, consent, dignity, protection, and trust. In medicine, we are trained to understand that a threat to the body is not always visible at first. It may enter quietly. It may exploit a weakness. It may spread rapidly. It may mutate. It may attack the most vulnerable first. And if it is not detected, contained, and treated, it can compromise the health of the whole body. Cybercrime behaves in much the same way. It enters through weak passwords, stolen credentials, manipulated trust, false identities, compromised devices, and vulnerable systems. It spreads quickly, it mutates with technology, it hides behind anonymity, it crosses borders without a passport, and very often, it injures the person long before the family, the school, the bank, the employer, or the state fully understands the extent of the damage. That is why I see this bill as part of the national immune system we must rebuild around Jamaica's digital life. Mr. President, Jamaica is not debating this bill in theory. We are debating it in a country where banking is digital, business is digital, education is digital, communication is digital, and public services are increasingly digital. Our children learn, play, and socialize online. Our citizens bank, shop, apply, register, communicate, and store information online. Our institutions hold sensitive records online,
Choose your location, select or build your favorite pizza. Once you're happy, click add to order. Enter your details, choose your payment method, then place your order. It's that simple. Domino's Jamaica. Order with ease.
And that the harms we face are amplified by social media virality, remote anonymity, cross-border criminal networks, and now artificial intelligence. So the question is not whether Jamaica will become more digital. That is already happening. The real question is whether Jamaica will become digitally safe, digitally mature, and digitally trusted. A nation cannot digitize faster than its people can trust. Digital transformation without digital protection is not progress. It is exposure.
Facts.
Mr. President, one of the errors we sometimes make is to think of cybercrime as harm that remains inside a phone or a computer.
That a fact.
But the device is only the medium. The victim is human. A child whose image is circulated without consent does not suffer a virtual wound. A woman whose intimate image is shared for revenge does not suffer virtual humiliation. A young man whose identity is stolen does not suffer a virtual violation. A pensioner whose savings are stolen through online deception does not suffer a virtual loss. A small business whose account is compromised does not face a virtual crisis. These are real injuries suffered by real people. The health evidence should make us pause. The World Health Organization states that globally, 1 in 7 persons aged 10 to 19 experiences a mental disorder, and that depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are among the leading causes of illness among adolescents. The World Health Organization also identifies suicide as the third leading cause of death among persons aged 15 to 29. Here in Jamaica, the Ministry of Health and Wellness and UNICEF have treated young mental health as an urgent concern. In 2019, they reported that 42% of attempted suicides treated at hospital were children. And that a U-Report poll indicated that 53% of U-Reporters had considered suicide.
Wow.
UNICEF Jamaica has also reported that 1 in every 4 Jamaican students has considered suicide. And that is up to 60% of those treated at hospitals for attempted suicides are adolescents and young people under 24. Those figures are sobering. They remind us that a cruel post, a threat, a fabricated image, a leaked photograph, a scam, or a campaign of online humiliation may land on a young person who is already anxious, already struggling, already isolated, already silent. International data also confirms the seriousness of this issue. The World Health Organization Europe reported in 2024 that 15% of adolescents, approximately 1 in 6, had experienced cyberbullying. UNICEF has also reported from polls across 30 countries that 1 in 3 young people said that they had been victims of online bullying, and 1 in 5 reported skipping school because of cyberbullying and violence. These are not all Jamaican prevalence figures, and I do present them as such, but they confirm a wider truth that Jamaica must take seriously. Online harm does not stay online. It follows a child into the classroom, into the home, into sleep, into self-esteem, into concentration, into friendships, into performance, and into mental health. From experience, I know that the body and mind do not draw neat lines between harm that begins physically and harm that begins digitally. Stress affects the body, fear affects sleep, humiliation affects mental well-being, anxiety affects concentration, financial distress affects family stability, shame can silence a child, fraud can break a household, exposure can damage a reputation. A person wounded online may carry the injury into every part of daily life. That is the human reality behind this bill. Mr. President, it is against that reality that I strongly support the provisions that strengthen protection for children. This bill amends key penalty provisions so that where certain offences are committed against an individual under the age of 18 years, the penalty may include imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years. That is not a casual amendment. It is a serious statement of national priority. It says that where children are targeted, groomed, manipulated, exposed, or exploited in the digital space, the law must respond seriously. For adults, cybercrime can be devastating. For children, it can be defining. A child may not yet have the maturity, resilience, or perspective to understand permanence, manipulation, coercion, consent, or digital consequence. A child may not understand that one image can be copied, forwarded, stored, edited, monetized, manipulated, and resurfaced years later. A child may not understand that the person on the other side of the screen may not be the person they claim to be. The law must therefore provide a shield where childhood cannot yet provide armor. Mr. President, That brings me to one of the most important parts of this bill, the amendment concerning intimate images. Clause 5 amends Section 9 of the Principal Act by replacing the narrower phrase "sent to another person" with the broader word "publish," as stated before. It creates an offense where a person publishes an intimate image of an individual without that individual's consent or reckless as to whether the individual consents. The bill defines publish to include sending, transferring, posting, disseminating, or otherwise providing access to the image or data. That change is practical. It reflects how harm now travels. The harm today is not confined to one message between two phones. It moves through group chats, as mentioned before, screenshots, reposts, forwards, cloud storage, fake accounts, anonymous pages, social media platforms, and websites. One act can become 100 acts in minutes. One violation can become a public spectacle. One intimate image can be used for revenge, extortion, blackmail, intimidation, control, or entertainment. The bill also defines an intimate image as an image depicting sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity, captured, generated, or created by photography, film, video, or other means. Those words matter. We're no longer dealing only with what a camera records. We are dealing with what technology can generate, manipulate, and weaponize. We are dealing with artificial intelligence, synthetic images, deepfakes, altered videos, and digital tools that can place a person into an image or circumstance that never existed. The minister, in closing the debate in the other place, made the important point that the Cybercrimes Act is technology neutral, and that the absence of a specific reference to artificial intelligence is not fatal where the required elements of the offense are otherwise present. That is the right approach. The law must be clear enough to prosecute, but flexible enough to become obsolete every time technology changes its name. Mr. President, as a physician, I also wish to speak plainly about consent. In medicine, especially as a surgeon, consent is not a courtesy. It is not an afterthought. It is foundational. A patient's body image, intimate condition, or personal information is not public property. Dignity follows the patient into the consulting room, into the operating theater, into the medical record, and into every professional encounter. That same dignity must follow the citizen into the digital space. Consent does not expire because an image enters a phone. Dignity does not disappear because the violation occurs through a screen. Privacy does not become less worthy of protection because the harm is transmitted by data rather than by physical contact. The bill is therefore right to provide that a person under the age of 18 years is incapable of giving consent.
So Jamaica, now this is the same government when I put pressure upon people to take joke in a pandemic, then how comes them no say people privacy and them right to them body, them all of a sudden no say it is important. You see why I can't listen to them people there? Man, come off on the screen here, man. Next presenter. How else I come up here now?
And criticism is a part of democracy. No one in public life should expect immunity from scrutiny. The Prime Minister receives it. Ministers receive it. Opposition members receive it. Public servants receive it. Private citizens who take strong positions on national matters receive it. I too have received it, with persons on social media calling me spineless, a sellout, or a traitor, simply because I've taken a position and added my voice on matters of national interest. Let me be clear.
Brother, if them call you spineless, you're spineless. Everyone I know will vote for the NARRA bill spineless. Every single one I own in a Jamaica Labour Party. Not only are you spineless, but you guys are operating against the citizens of Jamaica. Why isn't this thing at the Joint Select Committee? This bill we're going to oppose right now went to the Joint Select Committee, and look how everybody have a good thing to say about the bill because it went through proper consultation. Listen to this guy.
We have seen this in our own parliamentary life. Following the recent disruption in the chamber, Mr. President, during the debate on NARRA, the speaker became the subject of intense public criticism.
So, hold on there. Why the man now stop this man here from diverting the conversation from the bill? I bet say him not stop him from talk about what happened in a parliament. When Mr. Bernard when I talk about something important, like body-worn cameras being something that is important, just like this bill, him cut him off. Make us see where him go do
the speaker, like every public official, is not above criticism. The public has the right to question rulings, to examine conduct in the chamber, and to hold those who preside over parliament to a high standard. But what we have also seen online goes far beyond the fair comment, Mr. President. We have seen commentary descend into ridicule, bullying, personal.
This man here come and defend the speaker. Man, go here, man. I want this man here, man. Yo, brother, I don't want to listen to more of this, you know.
Edited visuals, distorted representations, and content that seeks to reimagine, mock, and dehumanize her. That is not democratic accountability. That is digital mobbing. Mr. President, that is cyberbullying.
Man call it digital mobbing when people are tell them how we feel about the damn woman and how she are going with. Digital mobbing what? Go ahead. When I try to take away people freedom of speech. And that's why I'm very mindful about supporting them bill, you know. There's aspects of the bill where they use for most of the people and take away their freedom of speech. I go on and forget. Oh, I'm too no. Things that people are eating that around here.
Jamaican who dares to take a position on a matter of national importance. We must not confuse the right to criticize with the right to humiliate. We must not confuse free expression with digital cruelty. We must not confuse political disagreement with a license to strip another human being of dignity. The chamber is now a digital space, as much as it is.
So hold on there. When she did tell, when Juliet Owners come on public television and tell, get out, take her out, move. When she do that, that was not degrading Miss Angela Brownberg. Has she apologized? Will she apologize? Man, go here, man. We don't want you nothing about protecting no speaker of the house for impartial. When you not protect one for all for one. It can't be that you want to protect the speaker of the house because of your party and that the party they support. But you won't speak on how the speaker deal with Dr. Angela Brownberg. Just think like, man, go here, man.
Physical one. What happens here is fit, capture, internet, but responsible. Critical, but truthful. Let us disagree without destroying. Let us scrutinize without dehumanizing. Let us use the digital space to deepen democracy, not to poison it.
Brother,
Mr. President, just as cyber harm has...
The only person who opposes democracy at the Jamaica Labour Party. Eroding the very fabric of democracy. What are you talking about? Can we get somebody sensible on this thing? I mean, honestly, we need somebody sensible on this thing because I can't listen to this man no more. Me not go work. I will not have it. Me I wait for him for done Jamaica. Me yell up my people in the life. Me can't listen to this man no more. What go on Chrissy, Michelle wanna deal with? Alright guys, some TikTok people in 47 watching. Here what go on now. I'm gonna start the clock. Because we need some likes, you know. We need at least 50,000 likes right now. So we are giving one 10 minutes starting now. Stopwatch. The stopwatch starting now. You understand? Let me show you what I'm going. Show you said the stopwatch start. Flip the camera. See there? See there? See the stopwatch there, people. Alright, we are going to 10 minutes. Zine, let's go. 10 minutes we are going to. Why the phone so hot? No, sir. Phone too hot. Well, I'm going to flip back the camera. Yeah, man, get the likes up, people. Today is Friday, you know. Somebody make me get my first set of money gun now. We need some money gun, people. We need some money gun. First set of money gun. That are the live goal, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if someone at top chat here, man. He still attack. We can't deal with this, brother. I want to hear Dana Scott Motley. I want to hear some sensible people. Because I can't talk to them. I can't deal with this, man. JLP no exercise, no democracy. A dictatorship they exercise. One bag of criminal. You understand what I deal with? Come with criminal bill and want to come pretty it up like say how them are protect citizens. You hear what the man say? We, them are attack we. And they self them are try to protect. You think so them business but we online and get attacked? You be think them business, them have people them pay. The Jamaica Labour Party have vlogger them where them pay for attack Mark Golden all the time and tell blatant lies upon him. And now the pressure come down upon the well. You better take blows and skirt pressure because we not stop talk. We not stop give your opinion because we have the right. We have to carry our court to carry our court. Because you see freedom of speech, you understand? Freedom of opinion is necessary. It is necessary. It is a part of life. You not feel like my opinion, but it's my opinion. You understand what I deal with? Yeah. Based off how I see I do, I can argue my opinion in the court. I mean, I hold my opinion about the person. Yes, that's just my opinion. Straight up. I'm telling you, man. This man is still a chat, man. You know, done. And you notice how the speaker decides, say, yo, him not gonna stop him from the point to him and make. All of them is partisan. They are not bipartisan. Every single one of them in the Jamaica Labour Party. That is a what you call it now? What you call it now? A chairman or whatever. Yeah, they're not partisan. No.
Similarly, the inclusion of revenue recognizes that attacks on financial and revenue systems are not minor disruptions.
Yeah, talk about that.
They can affect the functioning of the state, the delivery of services, business confidence, and citizens' trust in digital transactions. The bill also recognizes that cybercrime may be digital, but it often has a physical footprint. It repeals and replaces Section 15 to create an offense where an owner, occupier, or other person responsible for the management of premises knowingly causes or knowingly permits the premises to be used for any purpose that constitutes an offense under the Act. On conviction, the penalty may include a fine of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Mr. President, I wish to say a word about the time it sometimes takes for the legislation of this nature to move from review to amendment. There is a tendency in public commentary to assume that if a matter takes time, then someone must be deliberately delaying it. I do not accept that as a fair assumption in every case. Listen, joint select committees do not perform cosmetic work. They receive submissions, they hear stakeholders, they test policy proposals, they consider rights, enforcement powers, institutional capacity, prosecutorial practicality, and unintended consequences. In an era such as cybercrime, where technology changes quickly and the law must interact with privacy, free expression, criminal procedure, data protection, child protection, and international cooperation, careful deliberation is not a luxury. It is a necessity.
Then hold on.
The bill's memorandum.
Where was your voice when they were doing the NARRA debate? Where was your voice to tell them that about the NARRA bill? Everything went say a while ago. Where was your voice? Listen to this.
Changes quickly, and the law must interact with privacy, free expression. 10. Joint select committees do not perform cosmetic work. They receive submissions, they hear stakeholders, they test policy proposals, they consider rights, enforcement powers, institutional capacity, prosecutorial practicality, and unintended consequences. In an era such as cybercrime, where technology changes quickly and the law must interact with privacy, free expression, criminal procedure, data protection, child protection, and international cooperation, careful deliberation is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The bill...
Careful deliberation is not a necessity. Me can't bother. Them are people that too much cutlass. Don't call me no too much. Don't call me no baga.
Clear enough to guide citizens.
Clean and a pure enough. A clean and a pure enough. Me say a clean and a pure enough. This a man here too much and baga Jamaica. Me can't take it too much and baga them. Where was his voice when the debate was happening with NARRA? As a matter of fact, we're going to hear him voice because him there in the Senate. Make we see. Of course, him scripted. Newton's Reynolds, him scripted like crazy, bro. I'm telling you, this man is scripted like crazy. I'm read from a script, man. See
Mr. President,
come like
I'm careful not to overstate what this bill does.
But, oh my God.
We're far from legislating.
We have Mary Lizzie in the building. What's up, Mary Lizzie? My side, time I run, you know. When I get to 50K yet, we still have 3 minutes left my side. 3 minutes left. Make we get to 25K, you know. Tap up the screen them my side on TikTok. Tap up the screen. Richard, we are deal with. What go on now? Hey, a Friday on my side on YouTube, you know. Yeah, man, and bless up the cash up and the Zelle and the PayPal and all that, and the super chat. If you can. Those who can. Those who can. Anybody need the cash up, let me know. As a matter of fact, I put it on the screen. But this guy here, no sir, me can't bother. And remember, this can be your way for channel development, you understand? Like equipment and stuff like that. Yeah, man. Marjorie, how you doing? Bless up yourself, bless up yourself. What's going on? Me I wait till the brother I don't talk, because I can't bother. He might piss me off right now. Because the hypocrisy is real. I hope that he exercises the same, you know, vote. Because we him talk about Joint Select Committee. He's not supposed to vote for this thing here. Pass, you know, this NARRA bill, you know. No, it cannot be. It cannot be so you have vote for it pass. It cannot be. Cannot be Jamaica. Same a vote for it pass. Not true? Can't be. Cannot be. Cannot be Jamaica. But him still attack same way. Discover uninterrupted by the chair.
For everything that technology can now do. It must not become a license for exploitation. Innovation must not become an excuse for lawlessness. Jamaica's digital future must be safe enough for our children, trusted enough for our citizens, disciplined enough for law enforcement, and strong enough for our economy. And so, as I support this bill, I close with a charge to the Jamaican people.
Please close.
Use digital platforms wisely. Think before you post. Think before you forward. Think before you click. Protect your passwords. Protect your children. Protect your personal information. Report cybercrime. Do not participate in humiliation of another person. Do not share what was never yours to share. Do not turn political disagreement into personal destruction. Do not allow curiosity, carelessness, anger, or cruelty. Protect your personal information. Report cybercrime.
Yes.
Do not participate in humiliation of another person. Do not share what was never yours to share.
Yes.
Do not turn political disagreement into personal destruction. Do not allow
Where were you when they wanna tear down Mama P? Call out your party. Where were you when they wanna tear down Mama P? What you did there when they wanna tear down a woman? But do not participate in political disagreement. Jamaica, wanna participate, make no voices be heard online. You understand me? I said they are trying to muzzle the people. This bill have little to do with protecting children and people, you know. It more have to do with protecting the politician them and their status quo. That is it, maintaining power. Them ugly like. Let's continue. Come on from me. Move, man. Like we have a real general right now, Mr. Lambert. Sure.
The cabinet secretary knows that she's always welcome in my chamber. Thank you for that, Senator Brown.
I also join you in welcoming the CAPSEC, and I know that is an important matter that has necessitated our presence here. President, today is the 1st of May. It is internationally Senator Gill recognized.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. My apologies.
My name is Madeline. Make you move now. Like the way you're moving. You're just my type. So good.
In solidarity to the workers throughout the world and Jamaica. to give a big up to the working people and the person.
So all of a sudden you might now
Senator Brown, isn't it World Press Freedom Day?
Sorry?
Isn't it World Press Freedom Day as well? Every day it is World Press Freedom Day as well.
It may be, but and the Minister of Information can address that. But for me, the International Day of the Workers, the ex-president of all others. President, since I mentioned workers, it is well known by now that I am instructed by doctors in another matter elsewhere, and I'm waiting for the result of that. Here, money for the doctors. They're working at 2021 rate of pay when they do the overtime that is required of them. So I'm about to use, President, to speak in after doctors. Doctors who instruct me. And so in the Senate, I'm speaking now after the one doctor, one medical doctor that is here. And he said some nice things.
Yes.
For which I agree.
Yes.
And so it forced me to go to the Bible.
Yes.
To find the appropriate text. And I found Luke 4, verse 23.
Talk about it.
I believe it says, physician, heal thyself. That's what it says? Physician, heal thyself. Mr. President, I don't use Facebook because in 2012, when I became a senator, I'm looking at you, I don't know if you was involved. Some people created a Facebook saying it's my Facebook, using my name with a whole heap of dirty things. And I said to myself, you know someone, you will never join the Facebook community. So they attempt to pretend it's Lambert Brown. Wouldn't be supported by my giving the dignity to Facebook. So I don't use Facebook.
Right.
But today, May 1st, is a kind of unusual day for me in the Senate, President.
Yes.
Because 3 members of the government side.
Yes.
Have spoken.
Yes.
And not a single one of them used the words, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness. It's a shocker for us over here. Because the cult of the personality is so deep.
Yes.
That every time any of them speak, we expect to hear multiple mentions.
Yes.
Of the Prime Minister's name.
No, the life are nice. Shirk the life.
So, so I want to remind them.
Yes.
Of the necessity to use it. And maybe they can't because the Cybercrime Act of 2015 was passed when Mark Bowman was on the side, that side. So we find it, yes man, we find it very interesting that they are at one with the cybercrime bill. We are so happy that the Senate today find consensus on the cybercrime bill, amendment bill. And it comes from the process adopted and the process designed from 2015, that there be a review of the bill, and that review would go through a joint select committee. And President, that's taking too long. And as Senator Small Ferguson pointed out, what we should be doing is like, just like how you license your car every year, we should be reviewing cyber issues because it's moving so fast, so rapidly, that we should be looking at it, have a team in the respective ministry constantly.
After just 6 minutes in the oven, your pizza is baked to perfection and ready for pickup or delivery. Seamless.
It removes confusion. So the Giant Select model works. A big bill, for example, this bill, for example, the Giant Select Committee was able to meet virtually because our standing orders have changed to allow for virtual meetings. When Senator Gale and I sat on the BOJ Giant Select Committee, Senator Gale, we were meeting on Saturdays, led by Minister Clark. We were meeting in the luxurious facilities of the conference rooms at the BOJ. And we took the parliamentary staff down there. So it's clear to me that a Giant Select Committee can move and meet with dispatch. But the value of a Giant Select Committee is such that it allows for harmony in the parliament and nobody needs to touch what needs to be replaced with mahogany and blue mahogany. The mace.
Remember that.
I'm allergic to the colonialism. That is why I want blue mahogany and mahogany.
Yes.
Blue mahogany and lignum vitae.
Yes.
So the model of the Giant Select Committee is one that brings benefits to legislation, and I recommend to the government that we use Giant Select Committees to avoid controversy and to get as much harmony and unity as we can on legislations. So, President, this bill addresses, in part, the Interception of Communication Act. It makes an amendment. I think you said intersectional, but you meant interception. Yes, it does make a change. And it's interesting because the Interception of Communication Act that we're going to be amending is a 2002 legislation, again by the PNP government. Foresight, vision, opposed by some on the JLP side. But today, they laud its use in the reduction of crime.
Yes.
And the reduction of murder rate.
Hey, I said that's why I have to rate Mr. Lambert. That is the same point where the Rasta making up. How them revere the Giant Select Committee. But when it comes to NARRA, enough. That is an excellent point by Mr. Lambert Brown, man. Yo, you know me have got to TikTok now. It gets serious. Hold on to Jamaica. Let me go and play it still.
But you meant interception.
Have you put out a TikTok?
Yes, it does make a change.
This is an excellent
and
point.
It's interesting because the Interception of Communication Act that we're going to be amending.
Yes.
Is a 2002 legislation.
Yes.
Again, by the PNP government.
Yes.
Foresight, vision.
Yes.
Opposed by some on the JLP side.
Yes.
But today, they laud its use in the reduction of crime and the reduction of murder rate.
Yes.
But they will give no credit
yes.
to those who have the courage to do it
Yes.
in 2002.
Right.
Just as they have no
Never play that back.
legislation again by the PNP government.
I have to play that back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my people. But yeah, me pass it.
In fact,
hey! Mighty God. No, Mr. Lambert Brown. Big up yourself, my general. Every time. Every time. One Mr. Lambert Brown, never two. You hear that? Let me just send this off because I tell you, say, the way the money I deal with, the way this money I deal with thing and not normal. Come up now, man. Behave yourself now. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. That is it. Send to myself. Make sure so I have it ready also. Zane. How you guys doing? Oh, we stay on my side. Only alright, so we're there at 26,000. Alright, so we're there at 26,000. Now I go for your next 10 minutes again. We are running for your next 10 minutes again. Are you ready? Ready. Let's go. Starting now. 10 more minutes on the clock. Tap up the screen there, my side. Anti-tiny walk on. Bless up on yourself on this wonderful Friday, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that all is well with you and your family. So brother BOLO V&R in this space again. Few people that are on the live, you know, say, we don't always get the live exclusive them for the TikTok video them. Because we do them live, you know, we're not afraid. You feel me I deal with? We're not afraid. We're not afraid. You know what I mean? I only can go share it and post it when we're done. You feel me I deal with? Yeah, so we got to work. Alright, let me see what I want. This look like my next profile. This don't look like my original profile in a Jesus name. What's that? So this is our next evangelistic lady I walk around and Nuts, thank you. Mummy I walk through the what you call the fishing village. Mummy I walk through the fishing village, you know, and I minister to the people, you know, Jamaica. I tell you, thing I get crazy. Time I get short, you know. Sending floating heart. What's up? Thank you so much, Nats, for the floating heart and the high five. Bah! Floating heart. Floating heart. Oh, thank you for the gifts. Yeah, him just want to be king, not true. It shall not happen, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of Jesus Christ. We shall not see that come to pass. Keep them coming, guys. Keep those gifts coming. Thank you. Sending flowers and all of these things, and hearts and all of these things. One that's never two, you know. Alright. One that's never two, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if I can find the picture now. See it there? Yeah, man. Right, this one. Let me just get myself together. Ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so hold on. Why me can't something there? I guess we can just do it that way. Ladies and gentlemen, I want Senator Lambert Brown, you know, General, you know, I want to hear this.
The intersection of communication act.
Yes.
It needs an amendment. You said intersectional, but you meant interception.
Yes.
Yes, it does make a change. And it's interesting because
Very.
the interception of communication act that we're going to be amending is a 2002 legislation.
Right.
Again, by the PNP government. Foresight, vision, opposed by some on the JLP side.
Yes.
But today, they laud its use in the reduction of crime.
Yes.
And the reduction of murder rate.
Yes.
But they will give no credit to those who had the courage.
Yes.
To do it in 2002. Just as they have no courage.
Yes.
To give credit to those like Philip Baldwell.
Yes.
Who stood up and ensured the telecom revolution, on which much of the cyber activities is founded.
Right.
We recall the objection to the Universal Service Fund, which allow for all the expansion of Wi-Fi and other facilities.
Something wrong.
Proposed by some on the JLP side, but today they laud its use in the reduction of crime and the reduction of murder rate, but they will give no credit to those who had the courage to do it. But today, proposed by legislation, again by the PNP government, foresight, vision, opposed by some on the JLP side, but today they laud its use in the reduction of crime and the reduction of murder rate, but they will give no credit to do in part the Interception of Communication Act. It needs an amendment. I think you said intersectional, but you meant interception. Yes, it does make a change. And it's interesting because the Interception of Communication Act that we're going to be amending is a 2002 legislation, again by the PNP government.
Gladys, big up.
Foresight, vision, opposed by some on the JLP side, but today they laud its use in the reduction of crime and the reduction of murder rate, but they will give no credit to those who had the courage to do it in 2002. Just as they have no courage to give credit to those like Philip Paulwell, who stood up and ensured the telecom revolution, on which much of the cyber activities is founded. We recall the objection to the Universal Service Fund, which allow for all the expansion of Wi-Fi and other facilities. But those came from the courage and the conviction of a forward-thinking government. And so, President, I support this bill, the foundation which rests heavily in what the PNP did. And when I listen to the physician, let me shift a little note before I close. When I listened to the physicians spoke earlier, I said to myself, hold on there. Every funeral, every church service, every attendance at Parliament, I see a video of the physician. And I have to start asking people on my side, what are going on? And so I said, is this somebody using AI, Senator Ferguson, to promote or to depict the senators power hungry or PR sensitive? But people said to me, no, it's a physician who sees the need to use the technology to promote himself. Nothing wrong with that. But people notice it, Senator. And I would like to have a discussion with you to see if I can get the same support for the little work.
You don't have to ask the physician for that. You have some young people sit down behind you that follow
No,
up the same.
I like what he's doing.
Coming and going. Same thing tablets.
I don't want to ask them. I want to ask him how you do it.
Ask Senator tablets now to do it.
I want him to tell me how he does it. So that I too may benefit from it. So when they say all these, every speech you make, get some PR on it. Sometimes you say, Senator, too much PR.
The problem that you have, maybe you have to have the content to get the coverage.
No. I will tell you this. If you look at the news media, I am one of the most covered persons. But I don't ask anybody to do it for me.
That's right.
I pay anybody to do it for me.
That's right.
So I don't need, it's not a content issue. It is the ambition.
That's right.
I probably don't have the ambition to. Right? So, President, I'm finishing. And I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. And I hope what I say, President, does not get you or me or both of us in trouble. I just simply want to say, President, I appreciate, Lambert Brown, appreciate how you have handled this debate, including your response to Senator Bernard. We may not agree with you, but you do it with decorum.
Thank you very much.
No, let me finish. I'm speaking, and I have 16 minutes, and I am simply saying, I appreciate the fact, President, that you have handled this debate and other debates with decorum. You have treated the members of this Senate, on both sides, with dignity. With dignity.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
No, let me finish. With dignity. Because sometimes people don't think we are at
Yo, hold on there.
But are both of us in trouble?
Hold on there.
I probably don't have the ambition to. Right? So, President.
Yes, TikTok. More want to listen to Senator Lambert Brown, you know. How him skillfully I go throw Julie Onus under the bus for her demonstrative, Jezebelic behavior in Parliament. Listen to this. Listen to this. And this is my opinion. These statements definitely is shooting arrows at Juliet Onus. Listen to this.
I'm finishing. And I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. And I hope what I say, President, does not get you or me or both of us in trouble.
Hear that?
I just simply want to say, President,
yes,
I appreciate, Lambert Brown,
yes,
appreciate how you have handled this debate.
Yes.
Including your response to Senator Bernard.
Yes.
We may not agree with you, but you do it with decorum.
Thank you very much.
No, let me finish. I'm speaking, and I have 16 minutes, and I am simply saying, I appreciate the fact, President, that you have handled this debate and other debates with decorum.
Right.
You have treated the members of the Senate on both sides with dignity.
Yes.
With dignity.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
No, let me finish. With dignity. Because sometimes people out there think we are at loggerhead. And I want to give you credit. I have watched Parliament elsewhere, in the region, in the world. And I would say to myself, boy, despite the disagreement I may have with my presiding officer, he has never shown indignity to me or anybody else on the side. So I appreciate that, President. And I believe that one day, the 14 members, what I learned in the other place is a point of order depending on whether I yield or not intending to yield now. I wish to say, President, that what I just conveyed to you, that the 14 members in the other place who have served with you and I and some others in the Senate, 22% of the other place in the last 12 years sat in the Senate. 22% of MPs now currently serving between 2012 and now sat in this place. I hope one day they will join me in saying President Tom Tavares Finster was a good man and he handled difficult situation with dignity. I respect you for that, and I hope people elsewhere, not the other place I'm talking about, elsewhere, will learn from you. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown.
Hey. Are the sharp neck boy I talk now? I don't want to hear nothing what I'm saying now. Yeah, man, you want to come tell me a lie. What do you mean?
Before I close, sir, I wish to say a word of caution.
Please close.
To criminals, including a few political bloggers who use the cyberspace to tell damaging lies. And I wish to encourage people adversely impacted by the blatant. I wish to encourage people adversely impacted by the blatant and vicious lies to use the Cybercrimes Act to hold perpetrators accountable. Because though I believe there is space for some more direct language in fine-tuning the law, there is indeed recourse in the Act in its current state as it pertains to using an electronic device to perpetrate malicious communication. I tend to allude to my experience when I was in media. I recall about 5 days or so before the 2016 general election, when I was pretty much influential in the social media space in breaking news. 5 days before the election, I walked to dozens of messages demanding that I give attention to this allegation that a prominent member of the Jamaica Labour Party had familial connections to a drug dealer, and I was being badgered to put it into the public domain. Screenshots were all over the place. And when we conducted our checks, it was patently clear. I understand why I don't want to hear this. It was patently clear that the allegations being put forward by bloggers connected to the opposition party at the time, the PNP, was patently false. And even when it was entered into the traditional media space that the allegations are false, the bloggers intensified the promulgation and advancement of the lie. I genuinely believe that the Cybercrimes Act may be used to forbid that sort of activity. Another example, only a few days ago, the matter of the King and Julian Silvera. A matter I can allude to because it's no longer sub judice. Yes? And anytime that case came up for mention in the court, there was a visible, coordinated dissemination of information. Allegations by PNP bloggers speaking about the deceased. Yeah, I understand why you are uncomfortable, Senator Brown. But I will make my point. Yes, I'll make my point. You're upset about it.
I'm not upset about
yes.
What I'm upset about is
the matter of
Senator Brown, allow the speaker to continue, please. Senator Fitzhenley, do not be distracted.
Yes, I understand why you are upset about it. Yes. The matter of Silvera, sir. Anytime the matter came up for mention in the court, a number of bloggers connected to the opposition party sought to enter into the public domain. False allegations speaking about the land title of the deceased and attempting to connect a member of the government to that matter. Totally wild and false allegations. And I, in fact, heard a member of the opposition currently on their benches, who is pretty vocal now, make a subtle comment when the matter of Silvera came up, seeking to connect a member of the administration to it. Absolutely false. Nothing of the sort. But again, this represents a habit of some political bloggers who seek to tell lies and diminish, hurt and damage the reputation of honest and hard-working Jamaicans on the altar of political expedient. I strongly believe the Cyber Crimes Act may be made more fit for purpose to hold to account people who use social media in such a vicious and disgraceful manner. And I tell you what, to make matters worse, what disappoints me, I see senior members of the opposition, including members of the leadership, associating and recommending for national awards some of the chief purveyors of these toxic lies. I think that's a disgrace, and I strongly Cyber Crimes Act should be amended to hold people who use social media in this manner, in an accountable manner, to hold them to account. And Senator Brown made mention of the name. He said he found it very odd that the name Dr. Andrew Michael Holness has not been entered into the bill. So there you go, I give you a wish. Perhaps the most victimized person by individuals, these political bloggers who tell lies using social media, is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Holness. But you know what gives me confidence, sir? That the Jamaica, despite the wicked, the perverse, and the disgusting use of social media by political bloggers connected to the PNP, the people of Jamaica are perceptive, and indeed they are able to make a distinction between what is true and what is false. And I strongly believe that that perceptiveness was most highlighted on the 26th of February 2016 and the 3rd of September 2020 and 2025, when the people of Jamaica rejected the lies of the opposition,
yes,
and voted for truth and an administration that is prepared to move Jamaica forward. The Cyber Crimes Amendment Act 2026, sir, has my strong support. Thank you.
Yeah, man, shut up, man. Shut the hell up. Because we know where you come about.
Senator Fitzhenley, Senator Scott
Jamaica, yes, sister. My point is being proven. My side are only 28,000 we reach. No, man. We not going good. In 10 minutes done only 2,000 more. Alright, so we have got to stop this now and focus on the likes them, because on TikTok, because boy, me I tell you, I don't know what going, but
and the cyber crimes.
Oh, general attack now.
Provide for connectivity.
No, general attack. Hold on.
I start, Mr. President, by looking at the memorandum of objects and reasons. And note that this amendment came out of the sitting of a joint select committee. I am one of those persons who like joint select committees, because I think that it reduces the tension when you come to debate. And I did listen to Senator Golden Campbell on all angles, and I noticed she says that people go and repeat and repeat and repeat. I wish she would use the same sort of admonition to people who speak in the Senate, since they often come here and repeat and repeat and repeat. But I note, one of the first things I do, Senator, is to look at the attendance record, because it gives me an indication, although sometimes I don't live up to my own high standards, of the level of interest which is demonstrated by different persons and different sides. That I do, religiously. That's where I start. And so I commend you personally for the fact that you attended all of the 10 sessions which you were able to attend. In all, there were 21. Senator
Jerry Bryan, check out where the last part of my boy the speech in the Senate. You know, say, boy, I throw shade off a PNP flag of them. You know, so I'm going to do a video right now, too. Yo, me say, check, listen to this. Hear the boy about PNP flagger. the sharp neck boy, the liar boy who used to work on Nationwide. You wanna listen to him? Me say, you know, say Andre the boy I talk, Andre Stevens the boy I talk, you know. If you listen to what I say in that last part, oh, members of the People's National Party look to give national honors to some. You remember when Mark Golding did on Andre's show and say, Andre deserves an award. I hit the boy I talk about. I hit bun the boy, no neck abka. Yes, I hit bun the boy. Imagine how much lie the man then tell upon Mark Golding Nationwide and the whole of them. Zine, and this boy I come talk about PMP vlogger. When the first time vloggers mentioned in a parliament, or the JLP mentioned them vlogger help them for an election. So now we see that the vloggers are having an impact to the point where they mafia bring the man them up in a parliament. Andre Stevens, Jade Bryan, me know see them a talk about Atafai Press too, Talk Your Mind TV, everybody. We are making an impact to the point where the man them a feel the pinch. You see me? I will say to everybody, understand this act and move more stealth to make sure that they can't come and attack with. Because I believe that's exactly why they brought this bill, to attack the PMP vlogger them. Nobody else they not put this bill but to attack the PMP vlogger them. That is my opinion. And it's not all of the bill, you know. It's a specific part of the bill. But if you listen to the speakers them on the JLP side, you can hear the bias towards protecting them. Like Market Me now, with that the video there. I never see it yet. That the video they were released with Market Me and Christopher Tufton. Me hear about it, but I never see it yet. Who else could have released the video but the person that will have the video on their phone? Then if you share the video is shareable. It's now in the public space. I never wait till I ever share it. Me not share it, you know. But I'm just saying, looking at logics of it. But separate and apart from that, them really have a problem with the PMP independent journalists them have a problem with them. That's a fact. But let's continue with the wonderful Donna Scott Martin.
Personally, for the fact that you attended all of the 10 sessions which you were able to attend. In all, there were 21. Senator Goldie Campbell. This law really has moved us towards a more explicit standalone offense, which I think is important. When I looked at the section 9, which was seeking to amend, one of the requirements was that you had to demonstrate intent to harm. Now, there is no mens rea which is required under the law. What it is that it looks at the actus reus to say, did the person do this? And I think that is an excellent step in the right direction. So I want to commend those who recommended it. I read the Joint Select Committee report. I don't think I'd paid it much attention prior. But in the context of what we're doing, it was really very interesting. Because when I noted that in 2019 and 2020, there were 83 new cases filed in that year, I attributed it to public knowledge of what was possible. Because indeed, in 2019, a very significant case was tried in the parish court, which involved someone sharing photographs, nude photographs, and all sorts of things about someone who he had previously lived with. In fact, they had had a long-standing relationship. They had broken up, they had reunited, and she had lived in Jamaica for 6 months with him. After they broke up, he started sharing all these matters about her, created a website to disseminate the information, harming her, injuring her, and harming her.
Yeah, I don't support nothing like that. I don't support nobody sharing personal information in terms of relationship just because you and the person is no longer together. You want to publicly degrade them and them. No, I don't support that at all.
Your family. But women, I must confess, were cheering when he was sentenced to the parish court to 12 months imprisonment. It was later reduced by the Court of Appeal to 6 months because of what they said was extenuating factors, including the fact that he was a first offender. But I think the fact that 83 new cases were filed, some of it must have been attributable to the boldness which the complainant had, because she did not care about the fact that now she was getting this additional publicity and her life was there for everybody to see. She was willing to stand up, not just for herself, but in standing up for herself, to assert the dignity of women. And as the minister said, once a relationship created around trust, that would cause you to do what you did. But minister, let me tell you what, I said, you must live your life like you're on camera all the time, because nowadays you never know. So what you do all the time has to be consistent. Minister, I actually saw Minister Wheatley yesterday and discussed with him the fact that we were debating this act amendment today. And I was reassured by him. And maybe I'm still naive, but I did believe him. I trusted him when he said that the whole question of AI generated, although, you know, the way it's framed in the legislation, you could say that it was done in a catch-all way, but he has said that a closer look will be given to it, and I believe him. You see, Mr. President, I have a concern that it took so long to get here, because it has taken a long time. And unlike other matters which remain static, the technology is constantly evolving. And I think there has to be a process which must be found to have like continuous review. It was noteworthy that one Taylor Swift, who is well known internationally, filed a patent and trademark application because she felt the need to protect her image and her voice from AI. This, I think, is the first one that we are aware of. But we know the abuse which has been done to creators, to persons who have their images being used and their voices being replicated simply for somebody else to make some money. So when I say that the technology has to keep up with it, we have actual examples that demonstrate to us the necessity of so doing. I want to make one last comment which is referred to in the memorandum, and which enables the application of Section 24 of the Criminal Justice Administration Act in this legislation. So it's broadened, it falls under that, and perhaps will give much more comfort to people when they understand, Minister, that now you can be compensated without going to civil court, that your circumstances will be taken into account as well as the circumstances of the person who has committed the offense. And it's a much more empowering approach which is taken to compensating people for the harm, the damage, and the injury which they have suffered. So needless to say, I wish this had gone further, but I understand why it couldn't have. Because if you were going by a joint select committee from 2023, it didn't give you really that kind of latitude. I urge, however, that the process be speeded up as much as possible, because we will soon have to add, to make specific, in the same way that we have done now, moving from the malicious communication aspect of it in Section 9 of the previous legislation, that we have broadened now the scope to make it very, very clear what it is that we are talking about when we say you commit an offense. And of course, I commend the fact that the protection which is being afforded to children by making it very clear to anyone that this offense is being taken very seriously by the society, by the administration, by the opposition, as it came through a joint select committee. So the opposition supports the amendment, and we look forward to the future, as we must, if it pleases you.
One Dana Scott Motley.
Senator Scott Motley. Senator Tavares Vincent.
And I believe within each of us.
Yo, me don't even want to hear what them talk about there, man. No, I hear what them a talk about at all, brother. Different thing me I got to right now. Back to this. Let me go back to this. Refresh. Right.
To find God, because the emptiness and the lack of awareness, the lack of spiritual awareness is causing our society to fall into a place that it need not be, especially when our society is a Christian society. So of course I'm going to talk about it. Woman finding herself and going to church, time and place. What could consume you to find a woman and alive or at the door of the church? Nowhere is safe. What words could be spoken or what actions could be done that you would do the irreversible action of unaliving somebody? Well, I realize something. We live in a society where we're unforgiving. So you see, punishment is the order of the day. All we want to do is punish people, the punisher. Yes? That's all we want to do. Yeah, man. At that we're there for.
Hi, Paula.
We don't like people. So when them do things, we just say we're gonna just punish them. That's how we feel about people. And so when we have disputes, we can't find words. And it's the people who can find words, they don't have to get outside of themselves. Yes? No, you know that, let me tell you something. The flu that is going around, I pray that nobody, if you don't have to catch it, you don't catch it.
Yes, send for Dr. Cole.
I probably need sleep because the speaker of the house have us in there from 2 p.m. and at 2 a.m. then finish. So we have to talk about that. So it's not sleep. I probably need sleep. When was the last time I slept? I don't figure it out yet. Soon figure it out. Soon find out. We don't know what's going on yet. So yeah, no. Let's now say somebody said police has taken a lady from Mandeville to question her and she can't be found. 1 hour now.
Paula Sadler, your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Paula. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? I'm sorry. How young are you now? How young are you now? Happy birthday to you. Big up yourself, Paula. One of my many consistent supporters on this platform. The word is love. 57 and counting. Boy, you're back good enough, man. God is the greatest. Give him all the praise. You understand?
But she's in the company of the police. What would be bad about that? Anyway, all right. We must learn to trust the police, yeah?
Hey, people, I don't know. If Paula want to come up here and want to show her with some gifts, you know, man. For your birthday, you know. Paula, you want to come in our box so people can show you with some gifts? I want to bless up Paula with some gifts there. Bless her up, bless her up, bless her up. You understand? 57, shoot her about 57 money gun. Because she have 57, you know. What you say, mama?
57 money gun, Malaka.
Yeah, man, 57 money gun, man. Because she have 57, you know. One money gun for every year upon the earth. Want to bless up Paula. Yeah, man. Bless up yourself, man.
1 more year upon the earth.
Yes. As much as how we in our volatile time in this space, yeah. Boy, may I tell you, you have to give thanks. Done the same. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I have to give thanks, done the same. You know?
Appreciate the gesture, my brother.
Yeah, man.
Keep on doing what you do because guess what? Some
Yes.
And for all that you are doing,
Mm-hmm.
we appreciate the gesture. We appreciate that you go, you do your research, and you come back and you educate.
Yes.
So from henceforth, you are BOLO, the educator.
Mighty God, respect.
Yes, man.
Respect.
Because once you bring knowledge enough, once knowledge comes from your lips, you are an educator.
Right.
Because you are imparting knowledge on the populace. And not only knowledge, but you are coming up with factual representation. And you direct up the truth and you present it in its entirety.
Yes.
So don't underscore what you are doing. Never underscore it.
Thank you.
Because guess what happened? Jesus was the way, the truth, and the light, and they still crucify him.
True.
So who are us mortal not to stand in that realm? To know that one you are the purveyor of truth, you will never be popular. Purveyance of truth and popularity never walk hand in hand.
True.
But guess what? Somebody has to speak. Somebody has to tear off the bandage of the lies and expose the truth.
Right.
So keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on purveying the truth to us. And we appreciate and we love you, Bola. And you know the word is always love.
Yeah, man. Pacha Grace send us some gift. Some gift.
Thank you, Pastor Grace.
Respect Pacha Grace.
Comrade to comrade.
Yeah, man.
That's why we use the greeting, the word is love, because that's what we are about.
Right.
We're about love, we're about truth, and we're about unity.
That's right. So for those that are all on the Paula, for those that are just coming in, today is Paula's birthday. So wanna feel free to shower her with some gifts, you understand? 57 money gone for 57 years per earth, not true? And drop some greetings in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That is it.
Yeah, man, and I'm proud to be one of those persons that is on your platform while doing what you're doing. So, my brother, you do you, and you keep exposing the truth.
Yeah, man.
Them said, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
My God.
You are a king.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me ask you something. Did you hear what Abka Fitseni said in the parliament in the last part of his speech? May I have a play it for you? Because it's important.
These persons that laugh at the cross of iniquity, I mean them little Tommy Tuckers that think for their suppers.
Solid thinking behind.
And they have to sing, they have to show, they have to echo.
Was a deep advantage.
They have to repeat the lie because that's how they get it.
Using a electronic device
May I find it?
to perpetrate malicious communication.
Yeah.
By the blatant and vicious right man in the right place to protect Jamaicans from the who have abused the cyberspace must know that the administration has put in place fit-for-purpose legislation to get them justice. I wish to commend the Technology Minister, Dr. the Honorable Emerging Technology, to advance an endeavor by the blatant electronic device to, I recall, about 5 days or so before the 2016 general election, there is indeed a recourse in the Act in its current state. Intentions of those who use the cyberspace. The administration has put in place fit-for-purpose I'm encouraged, sir, that the minister has indicated that his ministry intends to increase public education on the Cybercrimes Act. This is important because Jamaicans whose trusts have been betrayed in a criminal manner, or who have been preyed upon by people unknown to them, who have abused cyberspace, must know that the administration has put in place fit-for-purpose legislation to get them justice. I wish to commend the Technology Minister, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Wheatley, who has a deep grasp of the issues which his portfolio entails, and I genuinely believe is the right man in the right place to protect Jamaicans from the bad intentions of those who use the cyberspace and emerging technology to advance an endeavor which may be best described as characterized by malintent or a desire to do harm. Before I close, sir, I would say a word of caution.
Listen to this.
To criminals, including a few political bloggers.
Yeah.
Who use the cyberspace to tell damaging lies.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish to encourage people adversely impacted by the blatant. I wish to encourage people adversely impacted by the blatant and vicious lies to use the cyber
political victimization. This, you know. You hear what I'm saying? Political vlogger, you know, listening, you know, and I'm going to mention PMP specifically, you know, but you know, recognize, say, the JLP vlogger, them they online, and I tell the blatant lie them. Listen to this.
Act to hold perpetrators accountable. Because though I believe there is space for some more direct language in fine-tuning the law, there is indeed recourse in the Act in its current state as it pertains to using an electronic device to perpetrate malicious communication.
Yes.
I tend to allude to my experience when I was in media. I recall about 5 days or so.
I be a lie him tell when him did in the media nationwide, you know. Listen to this.
Before the 2016 general election, when I was pretty much influential in the social media space in breaking news. 5 days before the election, I walked to dozens of messages demanding that I give attention to this allegation that a prominent member of the Jamaica Labour Party had familial connections to a drug dealer, and I was being badgered to put it into the public domain. Screenshots were all over the place. And when we conducted our checks, it was patently clear. I understand why I don't want to hear this. It was patently clear that the allegations being put forward by bloggers connected to the opposition party at the time, the PNP, was patently false. And even when it was entered into the traditional media space,
you hear Lambert Brown in that background, just like when Nationwide do. You hear Lambert Brown, so him a focus on PNP vlogger, you know. Like say, the JLP vlogger, them not do the more. I mean, I say me not involved in that. I'm just saying. I have heard and seen the most blatant lies, the most malicious lies being told by JLP vloggers. So make sure so they lock them up first, you know. Make sure them carry them go to court first. We're aligned to the Jamaica Labour Party. Huh? I mean, tell you. Yes. Via, how you doing? Hold on now. Listen, don't listen, man. Don't share the live and listen.
Are false. The bloggers intensified the promulgation and advancement of the lie. I genuinely believe that the Cybercrimes Act may be used to forbid that sort of activity. Another example, only a few days ago, the matter of the King and Julian Silvera. A matter I can't allude to because it's no longer sub judice. Yes? And anytime that case came up for mention in the court, there was a visible, coordinated dissemination of information. Allegations by PNP bloggers speaking about the deceased. Yeah, I understand why you are uncomfortable, Senator Brown.
No, because him a politicize the act. And I've been telling people that it's a political thing. Their intention, the Jamaica Labour Party intention, is to muzzle social media independent voices that don't support the Jamaica Labour Party. It's the only reason why they put up the act. It's the main reason as far as I'm concerned. Listen.
Yes, I'll make my point.
Paula Japa, big up Paula.
You're upset
Happy
about
birthday
it.
again.
Yes. The matter of
Senator Brown, allow the speaker to continue, please. Senator Fitzgerald, do not be distracted.
Yes, I understand why you're upset about it.
The man not upset.
Yes.
The man is
the
not
matter
upset.
of Silvera, sir.
That's what you are saying.
Anytime the matter came up for mention in the court, a number of bloggers connected to the opposition party sought to enter into the public domain false allegations speaking about the land title of the deceased and attempting to connect a member of the government to the...
They ask questions about Juliet owners, and that them ask questions about. Yes, there were questions in the social media space about whether or not Juliet owners name was on the title. She came out and said, for our live stream for the first time, said, it is not true, her name is not on the title. Yes, continue.
That matter. Totally wild and false allegations.
Choose your location, select or build your favorite pizza. Once you're happy, click add to order. Enter your details, choose your payment method.
It's pretty vocal now. Make a sort of a comment when the matter of Silvera came up, seeking to connect a member of the administration to it. Absolutely false. Nothing of the sort. But again, this
Go and sing for your supper. Go and sing for your supper, Sharp.
A habit of some political bloggers who seek to tell lies and diminish.
Who tell lie like you? And Marlon Morgan and Ocean White.
Hurt and damage the reputation of honest and hard-working Jamaicans on the altar of political expedience. I strongly believe the Cyber Crimes Act may be made more fit for purpose to hold to account people who use social media in such a vicious and disgraceful manner. And I tell you what, to make matters worse, what disappoints me, I see senior members of the opposition,
listen to this,
including members of the leadership,
listen to this,
associating and recommending for national awards some of the chief purveyors of these toxic lies.
Andre Stevens, the boy attack. Andre Stevens, the boy attack Jamaica. Yeah, what upsets me now? Listen to him.
And I tell you what, to make matters worse, what disappoints me, I see senior members of the opposition, including members of the leadership,
yes,
associating and recommending for national awards,
yes,
some of the chief purveyors of these toxic lies. I think that's a disgrace. And I strongly Cyber Crimes Act should be amended to hold people who use social media in this manner, in an accountable manner.
Yeah.
To hold them to account. And Senator Brown made mention of the name. He said he found it very odd that the name Dr. Andrew Michael Holness has not been entered into the debate. So there you go, I give you a wish. Perhaps the most victimized person by individuals, these political bloggers who tell lies using social media, is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Holness. But you know what gives me confidence, sir? That the Jamaica, despite the wicked, the perverse, and the disgusting use of social media by political bloggers connected to the PNP, the people of Jamaica are perceptive and indeed...
So hold on there. A PNP vloggers alone, a wicked vlogger. You're germs, man. You stink. You're full of crap. I had biggest liar in our parliament. A woman. A woman. Hey, me know some Mr. Lonesome I'm going to deal with him, you know. In Jamaica, me know some Mr. Lonesome I'm going to deal with him. Me know say Mr. Lonesome I'm going to deal with him. Alright, so Andre now take the call right now. When I call Andre and tell him what's going on, you know. So on here, Abka, what's up, Nikisha? Friday today, you know. Wanna spoil me today, no man. Today Friday, you know. Bolo, can you clip that part up and send it to your teacher? No, you can't do it, man. A simple thing, you know. You can share live and send it to him on YouTube. That part. But him, listen to me, Andre, I go hear about that. Me not ask Christ. Right now, I can't. Me know say, when you name is General Dre Bryan, me know say Dre Bryan I go do a video about that. Right now, me I go do one video for my TikTok too. Make me clip it up. That's the right thing for do. Let me clip it up, because I find the part I want to hear.
Cybercrimes Act may be made more fit for purpose to hold to account people who use social media in such a hurt.
TikTok Wagwan, the JLP has exposed themselves. We support the Cybercrimes Act, you know, but there's portions of it that is going to be used to try and shut up free speech of persons that disagree with how the Jamaica Labour Party is governing the country. If you don't believe me, listen to this. Listen to this. Just listen to this from Sharpneck.
And damage the reputation
listen to this.
Of honest and hard-working Jamaicans on the altar of political expedience. I strongly believe the Cybercrimes Act may be made more fit for purpose to hold to account people who use social media in such a vicious and disgraceful manner. And I tell you what, to make matters worse, what disappoints me, I see senior members of the opposition, including members of the leadership, associating and recommending for national awards some of the chief purveyors of these toxic lies. I think that's a disgrace, and I strongly Cybercrimes Act should be amended to hold people who use social media in this manner, in an accountable manner, to hold them to account. And Senator Brown made mention of the name. He said he found it very odd that the name Dr. Andrew Michael Boldness has not been entered into the debate.
So happy nice. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you are using your noggin, right, if you're using your brain, you will realize that he's referencing the leader of the opposition, and also he's talking about Andre Stevens, because the leader of the opposition is the one that recommended that Andre Stevens deserve an award. Why did he recommend that Andre Stevens deserve an award? Because of the work of advocacy that Andre Stevens used his platform to help people more than the government, did more than Andrew Honest in helping people. Andre actually make people get a full house. That is more than what the government has done. The government has not given nobody a full house, and if they give them a full house, I stand corrected, but I don't see it now. The money that they have given in the rules program is inadequate, not sufficient, a failure. Some people don't even get access yet, and everybody has not been helped. But them come out talking about, oh, you know, blah, 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 whatever. Tell me, say I lie, me I tell no stiff neck, short neck, Abka. Yes, you pan ocean wide, when you did in a media we tell so much lie on the People's National Party, all of the JLP vlogger them we tell so much lie on Mark Golden alone. Andrew only not tell lies to the man down Barnia. And even when him see birth certificate, what him do? Him still never want to admit it, talking about it doesn't mean that you're Jamaican if you have a birth certificate. Foolishness. You not come with, I don't know if you get charged for, so don't stink like, oh, that. Burn me for them. Burn me for them, man. Terrible. Let me go back to the Senate, you know. Senate, I don't know, I just know I hear certain people.
And I stated earlier, and I really wouldn't mind if senators would listen to this briefly. Just to say, Mr. President, when I speak about the need for there to be trust, and I referenced, you know, the unfortunate tendency for fear-mongering, because the risks exist, but that's very different from inciting fear, right? And it's something that I really encourage, this is not directed solely at opposition. It is a wider commentary. And great, which is fine, You know, you may see yourself in something, you may not, you may see others. But when I look at circumstances and when I engage with colleagues, like a former counterpart from Kenya, and she tells me about, I look at, so I just give two examples, Kenya and Ghana, which, like, although much larger than us, have inequality, have deep rural and intense urban. So they have dense urban, that's the word, dense is the word I'm looking for. Dense urban spaces and dispersed rural environments. They have tribal divisions, they have educational distinctions, all of these challenges that we deal with here, but on a larger scale. And when I hear about a grandmother in a tribal village who relies on sending someone to take their money to buy their groceries and transport them back, and how, she loses money here, but she just has to work with the system, or how she might lose a product or two here, etc. But how M-Pesa has transformed her life because she can pay just using her phone. So it changes that. She needs data, and that connectivity exists. It exists. That's not the issue. In Ghana, while people are talking about chip and what and thing, Ghana has moved from not only creating their national ID, but they're now embedding a payment mechanism in it because to make it so not only a digital ID, but a digital ID with the capacity to pay. And it is changing lives and lifting people out of poverty. Same thing in India, yes. Lifting people out of poverty, yes. And this is a difficulty when a narrative that starts opportunistically embeds itself, proxies carry it on, and then the work of government to overcome and lead on something which is fundamentally for the good of people time is lost, and developmental time is lost, Mr. President.
Oh, shut up, about Nits.
And again, I will speak in another context, but I think there are times when unity can really be expressed around an objective good. And I think we should explore those opportunities more when they present themselves. So again, I want to say, in the context where digital technologies provide so many opportunities, that we work together on the risks, that we continue to provide the resources that address them, but that we encourage our society to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented. And in that context, Mr. President, recognizing what is before us, I thank members once more for their contributions and ask for a second reading of this bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against? Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrime
Extreme
Act
Beauty.
and provide for connected matters read a second time.
Thank you very much. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. With the leave of the Senator Brown, with the leave of the Minister and Senator Scott Motley, I put clauses 1 to 7. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 8 to 11. Those in favor? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cyber Crimes Act and to Provide for Connected Matters read a third time and passed.
I've consulted the staff of the clerk's office present in the chamber. I have a view. Would I ask Minister and Leader to determine whether we're going to go on or we're going to take our lunch break? Would I ask you to just... Yes? Okay, so be it. That's the position of the clerk as well. I think we have some technical folks who are going to leave. Minister, you have some technical folks to leave? Well, they could leave, so they could do so. Minister Morris Dixon, I think you have conduct of this piece of legislation. Would you put your other mic on for me as well?
I will.
Let me just be clear here. Minister, you have the time required to finish your presentation. Senator Brown, hold on a man. You have the time to complete the presentation, your opening, but recognize that the opposition spokesperson would have a time relative to the time that you take in your presentation. No, it won't be today. Very well. Yes. And all other members will operate within the 30-minute guideline.
So, Mr. President, before we begin...
I hope you will say so in the future.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders first. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take a second reading of the bill and to commence debate on the bill.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the second reading of the bill and to commence the debate on said bill. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you. Mr. President, there are some individuals who are here that I have to acknowledge who have worked very hard on this. I want to acknowledge the Honorable Audrey Sewell, our Cabinet Secretary. Also, Ms. Judith Grant, our Chief Parliamentary Counsel. Ms. Samantha Eaton, the Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel and someone who worked so hard on this bill. And then from the rest of the team, Ms. Jodianne Paulwell and Demoy Carr, who are both legal officers with the Office of the Cabinet. Ms. Paulwell is the Senior Assistant Attorney General. And so I want to thank them all for being here today. And I know they'll be here again next week. So, Mr. President, I rise to introduce the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026 to this Honorable Senate. The bill arrives in this chamber having passed the House of Representatives after one of the most vigorous and consequential parliamentary debates in recent memory, with hours of scrutiny, 20 amendments, and contributions from members on both sides who brought genuine intellectual effort to one of the most important pieces of legislation this Parliament has been asked to consider. Mr. President, the Senate's role in this process is not ceremonial. Under the Westminster system, the Senate is intended to bring calm, deliberate analysis to legislation that has come through the sometimes heated atmosphere of the elected House. And I intend to honor that role today. Mr. President, I'm not going to be repeating arguments that have already been made, and I'm proposing to do the opening in a different kind of way. So the public debate around this bill has generated a number of important questions that have appeared in one form or another in parliamentary contributions, in civil society submissions, in newspaper editorials, and in the commentary of informed Jamaicans who care about how their country is governed and how their communities are rebuilt. And so, Mr. President, today I'll be answering some of the questions that I've been hearing on radio, on television, on social media. I can't answer all of them, Mr. President, but in this opening, why can't the existing mechanisms of government manage the reconstruction effort? And Mr. President, that's a fair question, and someone asked me that. And it deserves a direct answer rather than an institutional defense of a new body. Mr. President, over the past 15 years, Jamaica undertook deep and necessary institutional reforms, particularly in public financial management and procurement. Those reforms imposed fiscal discipline, strengthened transparency, and reduced the scope for waste and corruption. They contributed to Jamaica cutting its debt from 147% of GDP to approximately 68%, the lowest in almost 50 years. They earned Jamaica the confidence of the international financial community
all of a sudden.
and the upgrade from Moody's that no Jamaica generation. But these reforms designed to correct excess came with trade-offs. In strengthening control, we increased complexity. In reducing discretion, we lengthened time. Guarding against the result is a state that has become more disciplined fiscally, but slower operationally. We're excellent at preventing failure now, but not yet sufficiently effective at delivering outcomes at scale and at pace. For years, including in the recent budget debate, members opposite have stood in Parliament and pointed out the underutilization of Jamaica's capital budget. Year after year, the government appropriates capital for infrastructure projects, needed infrastructure projects across our country. And year after year, a significant portion of that capital goes unspent. And I'm speaking from my own standpoint as a minister, and I'll give you some of my own example. That gap is not the result of bad intentions or bad policy. It is the result of a system that was not designed to deliver capital projects at pace. The procurement requirements, the interagency approvals, the fragmentation of responsibility across multiple ministries and agencies, the absence of a single coordinating authority are the structural features of the existing framework that has produced consistent underperformance in capital budget execution. Now, Mr. President, if the existing machinery cannot consistently spend its annual capital allocation, then the question answers itself. Why do we need a NARRA? That's the reason. A framework that cannot reliably deliver what is budgeted in normal times cannot be expected to coordinate and execute the post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience building program. And Mr. President, this approach is neither novel nor unique to Jamaica. Every successful reconstruction effort, post-disaster reconstruction effort of this scale has reached the same type of conclusion.
Rubbish,
After the Christchurch earthquakes, New Zealand established the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. After the great...
Yo, a rubbish attack. Rubbish. I shall do a regurgitate. These points were already debunked by the People's National Party. They were already debunked. The comparison to other places, this bill is non-comparable to any other bill. It is unique in its powers. And that's a fact. When you look at the finer details, them, it is unique. Rubbish chat.
East Japan earthquake, Japan established on 2004. And notably, he did not establish it by an act of parliament. He established it by administrative action, vested it with a clear mandate, and directed it to deliver. So, Mr. President, the response to Hurricane Melissa cannot be business as usual. It was not a minor setback or some passing inconvenience. The bill itself reminds us that the damage and losses are estimated at approximately $1.952 trillion. That's about 56.7% of Jamaica's 2024 GDP. That is not ordinary damage. That is a national shock, and a national shock requires a big national response. So the government has brought a bill that does what responsible governments are supposed
Nothing is responsible about this.
Create a mechanism to organize recovery.
Nothing is responsible about this. When the mechanism in place, it actually defeats the purpose of accountability. There's nothing that is responsible about this bill. Another level of rubbish.
Why doesn't it have a board? Doesn't every public body have a board? I've heard that. Mr. President, this has been one of the most persistent criticisms of the bill, and it deserves a very clear answer. And the answer is no. Not every public entity is structured around a board of governance.
Yes.
There are many different...
Every responsible public entity is structured around a board. That is the difference. Responsible. Not a rubbish talk.
Different board. And let me explain the difference. A governance board sets strategic direction through the authority granted it by law. And that is done through cabinet and the responsible minister. An advisory board simply advises the head of the entity. And that head of entity reports directly to the minister. In April 1999, under the Patterson administration.
Brother, all shadow I repeat what I already know, bro. The minister of all our powers, them. That is the problem. Queen 50, big up yourself. When me hear she has about Patterson administration.
NARRA designed its first 4 executive agencies, and we know them. The RGD, the Administrator General's Department, the Management Institute for National Development, MIND, and the Company's Office of Jamaica. They were created not by an act of parliament, but by administrative action. The parliament subsequently endorsed and codified that framework by passing the Executive Agencies Act in 2002. And in 5.2 of that act, it provides explicitly for advisory boards, not governance boards. And these advisory boards, again, they advise the CEO and not the minister. My first board that I was ever on 18 years ago was the National Land Agency. That was an advisory board. And so we would advise the head of the agency. And the head of the agency could listen or not. Right now, I have in my ministry, I have CPFSA. It has an advisory board. That board advises the head of CPFSA, gives...
Yo, me can't listen to this lady either. Me can't, her voice just have to me, a demonic connotation. She does sound like one witch, brother. Me can't listen to her. Tell her the truth. Because all she do is dress up lies and regurgitating the same foolishness, the same old argument. Them not change their stance, you know. Them just have be wrong and strong, brother. They not change their stance. Them a tell the Jamaican people, them say, we are gonna do it our way. We don't care what you think. The People's National Party is speaking on behalf of the majority of the Jamaican people. Believe it or not. Even the labor right them right now. Some of them will wake up and say, no man, this a man get too much powers. You feel what I say? Real talk. So this debate is just a formality, ladies and gentlemen. You're not gonna see no real nothing in terms of action from the government when it comes to this debate. It's sad, but that's what I am seeing here. So you're not gonna see nothing real. You're not gonna see nothing real from it. Nothing real. No real conversation, nothing. You feel me I deal with? I just saw the thing set. We just
Under
want to
its
get
own special purpose legislation. But the governance philosophy it embodies, which is clear CEO accountability to the responsible minister without a governing board that refuses responsibility,
with CEO responsibility,
reflects the very principle.
With CEO responsibility to minister. One minister who we can't trust, one minister whose statutory declaration cannot be certified, one minister we have a gag order government. The track record of this government in corruption is so. Oh, listen. Hey man, to say, you see, if we should have the real freedom of speech in the parliament and just talk up the things, then brother. How can anybody trust the prime minister when we don't know how he made his money legally? And him father say a lie, I tell. The man father say him a lie when him tell us him get too taxi. Not my word. Eh? And they are start chat foolishness in my ears, brother. No, but now I hear this now. Now I hear this. I want to for us in all the life because that pisses me off. I'm allergic to lying. I can't take lie them for too long. You know. It messes with my spirit, guys. Alright? Public confidence is at an all-time low where the government is concerned.
One of the things we have to say about EPOC is that it has been widely acknowledged and globally recognized as the most effective public oversight and accountability mechanism in Jamaica's independent history. EPOC held multiple political administrations accountable and was critical to the success of Jamaica's fiscal and macroeconomic transformation. The Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, first one. Just for you, Senator Brown, that's my first reference. There'll be many more. So our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, rightly described this as the reconstruction of Jamaica's fiscal and monetary architecture. Mr. President, EPOC was never enshrined in statute, and it didn't prove to be a weakness. EPOC's authority derived not from legislative compulsion, but from the voluntary commitment of credible, independent citizens who place their personal reputations behind a single public mission. It reported not to government, not to parliament, but to the Jamaican people directly. And no administration could direct what it said or suppress what it found. That moral authority proved more powerful than any statutory provisions. Mr. President, Jamrock will operate on exactly that model.
Lie! Lie! That is a bold-faced lie. Jamrock cannot operate the same way how EPOC operate, especially when you put what you said a while ago into context. Especially when you put what you said a while ago into context. That is a bold-faced lie. There's no way Jamrock can operate like that. Especially when you look at the fact that the persons them will actually work in what you call the NARRA. Them have indemnity. They cannot face any legal sanction. They have no legal liability. That's crazy. What she
And if
said.
you look at EPOC, I heard someone say that EPOC is different from NARRA because NARRA has money. But when you think about EPOC, when you think about the second debt exchange and think about the quantum around this entire program and how important it was for us to get this right, we're talking about $860 billion in the debt exchange. That's not little bit of money. EPOC was tasked with monitoring an aggressive fiscal responsibility program, and it delivered.
And the opposition then was responsible.
The Prime Minister, and you notice I said the second debt exchange. which came under your administration. The Prime Minister has announced that Jamrock will be chaired by Professor Peter Blair Henry.
background.
Mr. President, let me
Shut up,
tell
your
the Senate
mouth, man,
and
and Margaret. Now, who you,
Jamaica
man?
who Peter Blair Henry is.
Yes, tell them.
Peter Blair Henry was born in Kingston, Jamaica.
Yes.
He's a Rhodes Scholar.
Brainstorm for those.
He holds a PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. He served as Dean of New York University's Stern School of Business. He is currently a senior fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, one of the most prestigious policy research institutions in the world, and yes, it is conservative. He serves on the board of directors. He serves on the board of directors of Citigroup and Nike. He is vice chair of the National Bureau of Economic Research. He was selected by President Barack Obama to lead the Presidential Transition Team's review of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. He has served as a macroeconomic advisor to the government of Jamaica, and he is the co-author alongside researchers from the Brookings Institute of the academic paper that documented Jamaica's exceptional fiscal achievement and presented it to the world as a model for indebted nations everywhere. Mr. President, when critics ask whether Jamrock has credible oversight, the answer is it will be chaired by one of the most distinguished Jamaican economists alive. He is a man whose career has spanned the boardrooms of global finance, the lecture halls of the world's finest universities, and the highest levels of international economic policy. His presence as the chair of Jamrock represents independent, rigorous public accountability of the highest order, Mr. President. The Prime Minister has also committed that Jamrock will include a member nominated by the leader of the opposition, because reconstruction, like the economic reform that EPOC oversaw, is a national mission and not a governmental one. Its oversight, therefore, must reflect that national imperative.
Today, I'm seeing a call. Social consensus. My lies, I know, yes.
The next question. Who oversees NARRA, and how will NARRA be held accountable? Mr. President, oversight of NARRA and its work sits at multiple levels.
Let me make them here, because I don't really want to hear this woman here, no. This woman and this lady we are talking right now, I waste my time.
But if I lunch.
Yeah, man, talk up the things, then, mama.
Greetings to Jamaica.
Yes.
Land of my birth. I was saying that I saw an event online.
Yes.
With our speaker and minister, Honorable Dr.
Angela Brownberg. Dr. Angela Brownberg. Yes.
Angela Brownberg. I was saying this NARRA bill is very serious, and that it was not completed. The mayor should have been outside, because that should have been shut down and revisited.
I agree.
There's a vote.
I agree.
And for a bill so serious, Jamaica needs to ensure that every member is present in Parliament.
Yes.
If every member is not present, no voting should take effect. And that's my take on it. Blessings, Jamaica, and make sure we make the right choices. Bolo, pick up yourself.
Them already passed it, you know. Them already passed it. Them then I did.
I know it was passed, but I'm saying they should put an injunction into the court.
Yes, of course. I agree.
So there should be an injunction, because not all members were there, so there's no full representation for Jamaica at that time in the House.
Yes.
Alright, so bless there. And I hope they can revisit with an injunction on it.
Yes.
So we can see what's taking place. Have a blessed day.
Alright, mama.
I'm walking, so have a blessed day.
Bless up. Make Queen lady.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Let there be an injunction so it can be revisited. Alright, take care.
Yeah, man, bless.
Performance evaluation of the CEO will be conducted by the Cabinet Office, with structured input from Jamrock as well as other stakeholders. Performance evaluations will be grounded in the achievement of clearly defined targets and measurable outcomes, not merely process compliance. The people of Jamaica will be able to judge through Jamrock's public reporting. Jamrock will be reporting to the people whether NARRA is performing, and if it is not, the accountability chain will be clear, direct, and consequential. And Mr. President, again, I have to note that NARRA will remain subject to all the standard anti-corruption, integrity, and accountability mechanisms of this country.
Everything will apply.
So none of those institutions, whether it is the Auditor General, the Integrity Commission, or any of the committees of Parliament, will have any diminished authority over NARRA than any other public.
That's the way you say.
Number 5.
Yeah, the same.
What about public consultations in the recon?
These are the same person who say nobody is being tracked when Andrew wanna say persons are being tracked. You guys cannot be trusted. Period. That is the point.
Mr. President, to say NARRA can operate with no consultation at all would be inaccurate. What the legislation does is require consultation with relevant persons in the development of programs and plans under clauses 18 and 19. Beyond the letter of the law, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 2, is on record in the Parliament and in the public domain saying that the government will continue to engage Parliament. Also, he has said that the National Partnership Council will be a part of the consultation. And so the entire reconstruction architecture is one of consultation embedded in program and plan development, thus guaranteeing ongoing public engagement. How will NARRA procure goods and services? NARRA will not have a procurement free for all. Everything NARRA does will be governed by law.
Value for money.
The Public Procurement Act already speaks to expedited, exempted, and fast-track provisions. It is the government's intention that the Minister of Finance will issue an order under Section 3.3 of the Public Procurement Act of 2015, exempting NARRA from the standard procurement regime and specifying the particular terms and conditions that will apply to NARRA's procurement activities. Now, we must note, Mr. President, that this order that will come from the Minister of Finance will be subject to affirmative resolution. What is affirmative resolution to the Jamaicans who are listening? What that means is that the order must be brought to the Parliament to be debated and voted upon before it takes effect. So again, the House of Representatives must get it debated and approve it, and then the Senate has to get it debated and approve it as well. So NARRA's procurement framework will therefore be well ventilated. And absolutely no teething. All right. Continuing. Number 7. Since I have to go through and I have to give you more time if I talk longer. Does NARRA give the minister powers to override every regulatory body in Jamaica, including environmental and planning authorities? Mr. President, that question requires a precise answer because the provisions in sections 21 to 24, have definitely been mischaracterized in some of the public commentary. The ministerial direction powers in this bill are not a blanket override of every regulatory authority in Jamaica. Allow me to explain how these provisions work, because the step-in order is not a first resort. It is in fact a last resort. And there are multiple procedural hurdles that must be crossed before it can be used. First, there must be independent technical advice. Independent technical advice. Where a regulatory body has not acted within the timeline required for reconstruction to proceed, the minister may issue a formal direction requiring that body to act within a specified period. But that direction must be based on independent technical advice. They're not just getting up and saying, oh, let me approve this. they have to have independent technical advice. And so this would include environmental and safety concerns that may have been identified and communicated. So the regulatory body is never going to be silenced. It is being required to act on what it already knows within a reasonable time. The second is notification and opportunity to respond. Before a direction takes effect, the regulatory body must be notified and given an opportunity to explain why it has not acted and what outstanding issues remain. If those issues are substantive, for example, if the environmental authority has identified a genuine environmental risk, if the planning authority has identified a genuine safety concern, those concerns must be addressed before the direction is enforced. The direction power is not a mechanism to override a regulatory body that has acted and said note on legitimate grounds. Only when all of those steps have been exhausted. Independent technical advice, formal direction, notification, opportunity to respond, failure to act, does the step-in order become available. Mr. President, in practical terms, Jamaica has a well-documented history of projects that have stalled for years. Not because a regulatory body identified a genuine technical objection, but because the approval simply did not move. Planning permissions that sat in queues, environmental assessments that were submitted and never formally determined, interagencies.
Jamaica, I don't know if you know, see the article, because you hear she chat about was not approved and all of that, and I am here to tell you that Andrew Wallace is not qualified, and none of them in the Jamaica Labour Party is not qualified to hold that position, to make that decision where the environment is concerned. And I'm going to point to one critical article to prove my point that just came out on the same day the NARRA bill was passed. I said, God is so good. God does show them up. Where is it? Let me find this article here real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Because the question is about, one of the biggest things is about the environment, you know, because in the interest of speed, what she says that too much things have been held up. So, if there's no, they are the ones that are going to determine whether or not there is no need for it to be held up. And they don't understand that the key issue here is trust. We do not trust the Jamaica Labour Party government. They have not exercised the right criteria and characteristics and actions over the last however years they have been in power, presently and even before. They have not exercised those characteristics, not signing the code of conduct, right? The gag orders. All right, where's this? Let's go to this article right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Let's go to this article. The article says that, oh no, what is that? No, that's the wrong one. Oh my God. My bad, y'all. I guess the article is further. Here it is. Here it is. Unconstitutional court. Unconstitutional. Court strikes down Bengal mining permit in Dry Harbour Mountains. Prime Minister Andrew Wallace, acting in his capacity as minister with responsibility for the Natural Resource Conservation Authority, had overturned the agency's rejection of Bengal development mining application. Zine? So, he overturned the agency's rejection of Bengal development mining application. Now his overturn was deemed unconstitutional. How many times has this government operated unconstitutionally? Look at the Nix bill. Unconstitutional. Look at the what do you call it? So you have the needs bill, yes, the SOEs, the abuse of the SOEs, unconstitutional. We have seen this government operate unconstitutionally on key things that directly affect us, the regular man here in Jamaica. We don't trust, so no. We don't. And no matter what you say, we not gonna trust you, no, brother. On actions speak louder than on the words in the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't trust you. No. We don't even trust you. No. To all people not trust you. No. They're afraid to talk because they're afraid so when you go send police for them and gunman. This is the reality of the mistrust of the Jamaican people in this mafia government, this dictatorship government that have a history of aligning themselves with criminality. The people them don't trust you. Know. You are the ones that created this environment of low trust by the people. When you not do consultation for needs, Andrew Honest, I rush the youth. Me never forget. Andrew Honest rush the youth to the point now where the youth has become famous. You remember the youth, the Christian youth, him still a serve God same way and I go up on the street and I evangelize. Big him up. Right? And the youth stand up and I say, but the bill in the way it's going to do this and this and this. And the man shut, oh yeah, what's up, beautiful? The man shut down, Andrew Honest shut down the youth when the youth was talking the truth about the needs and got angry. So we have seen this government, unique, big up yourself. We have seen this government, blessed favor, big up. We have seen this government time and time again, right, operate unconstitutionally, right? So when you're talking about trillions of dollars, right, we cannot have this bill pass Jamaica. I wait for the lady after doing it because I can't take no more of her voice. And I tell you no lie. Our voice
Sign off this new Jamaica
should have done it.
that we are building.
You done?
And so initially,
Please be
when
finished.
Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness
Please
of
be
that
finished.
when he had initially announced it, it was $150 million would be US dollars would be the threshold. But that's been lowered to US $15 million threshold, which means that we can get more of our very successful diaspora coming back to Jamaica and investing here. So Fast Jamaica, we want the diaspora and all Jamaican companies that have an interest to really
Antonio, big up.
Fast Jamaica. Number 9, how will the public know what NARRA is doing? Is it going to be behind closed doors? The NARRA bill provides several mechanisms to keep the public informed. First, Clause 20 requires a register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects. So it's going to be online. The whole of Jamaica can see it. It's available electronic.
That was the same thing you guys said about AdPen. That was the same thing. Forgive us if we don't believe you. That was the same thing you guys said about AdPen. And we have not seen it yet. Right? Because them know say you don't have the money, they want the money. You never know.
For public inspection. Secondly, NARRA is going to be doing its annual reports. Like EPOC, will come on a routine basis, speak to the project,
we can't wait
speak
for
to where
PNP
we're
start
going
talk.
right and where we make it
Cleveland Tomlinson,
So
because
that
I be an
mechanism
answer she a chat
will
about
be there.
EPOC, you know. Them a try to legitimize Jamrock because them know say EPOC they work so well. And them a mimic everything where PNP do, you know. For deceive the people, you know. And that's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. You understand? So, let me go back to this article to prove my point. The Jamaica Constitutional Court has struck down unconstitutional, void and no effect the 2020 environment permit granted for Bengal Development Limited controversial limestone mining project, handing a major victory to Senton residents who challenged the approval. The ruling blocks the proposed quarrying operation in the ecologically sensitive Dry Harbor Mountains, where residents argue the development threatened their constitutional right to a healthy environment. And Andrew Honest was the one that gave them the permit after it was blocked. So when it comes to money are what them see, them not see protecting the environment, You can't have people like them here dealing with development. All they see is green, and we not talk about the grass or the trees. Green in them pocket and them friend pocket. And them private partners profit pocket. You understand? How you doing, Chantel? Unique, come on, Unique. Now tell me hi today. I don't know, she look like she busy. But big up Unique still. Big up yourself, Unique. He goes on to say that Andrew Honest, in his capacity, overturned the agency's rejection and gave Bengal the license. But the law and the Constitution has overturned Andrew Honest. I'm telling you, I think we Jamaican people, in many different instances, if we had known the law, this government would be sued several times every single year by the citizens of Jamaica. Yes, man. Yes, man. That is my belief. She not done yet. We can't deal with that lady. She still attack? Oh my God. Let me see. And that's why sometimes I don't like do them thing in life, You understand? And the commands to like the Senate and them something, I don't like do it live.
Number 10 finally got approval through the public investment process.
What?
And I agree, these are the things we have to fix. We have to fix them. But right now, we have to do recovery while we are fixing it.
You heard it.
And let me give you what has happened.
Thomas is doing.
Let me tell you what has happened with the current public investment process. Let me tell you which schools got approved in 2026 after this work started in 2022.
Tell them, Minister.
St. Anne's Bay Infant,
Yes.
Chapelton Primary,
Yes.
Mal Gully High. Every time I come to Standing Finance, I get asked about Mal Gully High.
Yes.
Colbeck High, Abuka High, Donald Quarry High. My alma mater was on the list. And also Westwood High. All these schools needed major infrastructure work from 2022, and we're only able to get it through now. Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 4, in his budget presentation, makes clear that NARRA is meant to accelerate resilient infrastructure delivery, crowd in private capital alongside public investment, and work alongside Fast Jamaica and the private sector to create a broader growth and investment architecture. NARRA is not just about creating just growth and investment architecture. It is not just about repairing what Hurricane Melissa damaged. NARRA is about converting a moment of national crisis into a platform for resilience, modernization, and economic resurgence. That, in truth, is what this is all about. Speed with structure.
No structure.
Execution.
No
with
structure.
Oversight.
No oversight.
And rebuilding with
no oversight. I just speed alone and I deal with it.
Mr. President,
no real oversight
of the questions. I know there will be more. We can answer them later. But I think it is clear. It is clear that we're listening.
No, you're not.
It's clear that we are coming
You're
with
not listening.
answers to the questions that are out there.
Not sufficient
we
answers.
are clear that there's no perfect bill. We are clear that what we're doing is working really hard for the people of Jamaica.
No, you're not. You guys are lazy. And this argument that there's no perfect bill is an excuse to be sloppy. It's an excuse to not have proper oversight. Oh, there's no perfect bill. Oh, you know what? There's no perfect bill, but you see the mistakes of the past, right? You should not make them in the bill because they were already made. So the level of corruption that goes on in the Jamaica Labour Party under the last 10 years, if you guys were serious about cleaning up this country and doing things the right way, you would make sure that airtight oversight would be there, so the name can't call none at all and there'll be no suspicion. But you guys don't care about that. Well, Andrew Jones don't care about that. He doesn't. He's barefaced. Him and his wife, them barefaced. You understand me? I deal with them no business. Them a bully, you know.
Mr. President, one situation, we had ONR, and ONR had its issues, and I will speak to that at some other time, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, NARRA has a stronger legal footing than when we did it before. We did it with ONR before, and it was not done by any kind of legislation, and it had its own problems. But NARRA has a stronger legal footing, clearer authority, better controls, firmer audit discipline, and a design suited to the real scale and duration of national rebuilding. We are building the focused, empowered, accountable mechanisms that other countries took long to figure out. And we are not making those mistakes.
Doreen, what's up, Doreen? Vibes, big up.
The people have given us a mandate. They have given us a mandate. And we have to deliver for the people of Jamaica. So, Mr. President, if I may.
Jamaica, the only people them give them a mandate, I JLP supported them. We the mandate that we give them for real and fair governance, we're not taking that on. So nobody come use we.
Contains the short title of the act as well as its operational provisions. It also provides that the dissolution and transition provisions will come into operation on a date appointed by the minister. So this is not a bill about an entity that will be there forever. It is time-bound.
That I want to say before.
Provides for the definition of terms used in the act. Key expressions such as
Jamaica, that does not give no comfort. Just look upon the government how they operate. The People's National Party had something in law where they would extract the money from the NHT. It was temporary. What did the Jamaica Labour Party do? They repurposed the law and run it again, and they are running it again for another 5 years to extract with money. So whenever I come tell you about NARRA, it's temporary. It's already in law. Them can do the same thing with NARRA to them think so we are idiot. Let's continue.
Establish performance indicators and reporting standards, issue directives and operational guidelines, procure goods, works, and services. Clause 5. Clause 5 provides for the appointment of the CEO of NARRA. This appointment is made by the Prime Minister by instrument in writing, and the CEO will be responsible for the day-to-day management of NARRA and act on its behalf. NARRA will be able to employ such staff as may be necessary for carrying out the provisions of the Act.
Back.
Clause 5 includes provisions regarding the remuneration of staff, which must be in accordance with the rates prescribed by the minister responsible for the public service. So no just waking up and deciding what remuneration is. You have to follow the rules in terms of the Ministry of Finance. Clause 6. Clause 6 allows NARRA and the CEO to delegate, with the approval of the minister, the performance of their functions as they consider necessary. Clause 7, Mr. President, is about appointment of committees. And that means, Mr. President, Clause 7 of the Act allows the minister to appoint such committees as required and for the members to be compensated for their services. Mr. President, sound technical advice to ensure disaster recovery and reconstruction is resilient will be required in accordance with established laws, standards, and guidelines. Clause 8 provides that the funds of the authority will be the funds placed at its disposal by this Parliament, as well as other monies or property which may become payable or vested in NARRA. Clause 9 mandates NARRA to
Wagwan calligraphy,
which must be in accordance with generally accepted principles promulgated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica. And again, these financial statements must be audited annually by a registered public accountant appointed by the cabinet secretary with the approval of cabinet. So that is very much there in the bill. Clause 10 requires the CEO of NARRA to furnish reports, returns, accounts, and other information to the minister with respect to its activities, and those reports under subsection 3 shall be brought to the Houses of Parliament as soon as practicable. Clause 11 requires NARRA to prepare annual reports, which must include the audited statement of accounts under Clause 9. These must be submitted to the minister no later than 4 months after the end of the financial year, and the minister must table those in Parliament. Clause 12 requires NARRA to submit a corporate plan, operating plan, and its estimates of revenue and expenditure to the minister by the 30th of September each year. That's in keeping with all of the other.
Punkus, what's up, Punkus?
Clause 13, directions to authority.
Where's the
Clause 13 empowers the minister to give directions to NARRA in writing.
Yeah, me not lie still. Me try to listen to her, but hey. Oh, it's tough, boy. It's tough. Hold on, are the Thunder and the Spurs? The Thunder and the Spurs in a semi-finals for the conference? Wow. Wow. So that means they're either Lakers and Timberwolves. No, well, the Rockets has made a push. Yes, them two, them annoying for two, man. Me I wait for her for done, you know. But she take her whole 20 minutes, brother. She still a talk same way right now. Can't bother.
Do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause 16.
What you say a while ago?
Clause 15 allows NARRA to indemnify the CEO or any other employee for losses with respect to civil, criminal, or administrative actions or proceedings by virtue of their employment with NARRA, and this is important, provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause 16.
No, Jamaica. Only hear what she said a while ago. If you act honestly, you're indemnified. Then why would you put that in the act? Isn't that an oxymoron? Isn't that a duh moment? You don't need indemnity if you're acting honestly and in the merits of the law. Hey, me tell you, say them a people that take people for either. No, Jamaican people, them take on for fool, you know. Them take on for either. Listen to what you said a while ago. Listen to what you said a while ago.
Or proceedings by virtue of their employment with NARRA, and this is important, provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal.
When you go put something in a law, what does good faith mean? What good faith mean? Explain good faith. Honestly. As long honestly, is honesty legal? Is honesty legal? Let's play that again, you know.
Provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause 16 further provides that the CEO or other employee other than what we see elsewhere. Disclosure contrary to this obligation is an offense. However, the obligation is subject to the proviso that it does not apply to any disclosure that is required by the Act or any other law. Clause 15 allows NARRA to indemnify the CEO or any other employee for losses with respect to civil, criminal, or administrative actions or proceedings by virtue of their employment with NARRA, and this is important, provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause 16 further provides that the CEO or other employee are entitled to any disclosure that is required by the Act or
Hold on there, Jamaica. Hold on there. May I have to do this? This is ridiculous. I have to do this. This is another TikTok moment. This is another TikTok moment. I'm here to tell you, man. Rough, you know? TikTok, I want to listen to this from Dana Morris Dixon. Listen to this.
and other persons having an official duty under the Act, and this is not dissimilar than what we see elsewhere. Disclosure contrary to this obligation is an offense. However, the obligation is subject to the proviso that it does not apply to any disclosure that is required by the Act or any other law. Clause 15 allows NARRA to indemnify the CEO or any other employee for losses with respect to civil, criminal, or administrative actions or proceedings by virtue of their employment with NARRA, and this is important, provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause.
Jamaica, why would the government provide indemnity as a clause, and then in the clause say if the person act honestly and in good faith? In law, what does in good faith mean? Describe that to me. Is that a broad terminology? I don't understand. Why would you need to give them indemnity? And we're going to look up what indemnity means. Look at this. Mr. Cole, where you deal with? Big up yourself, my general. Right? So Jamaica, indemnity means a legal exemption or security against liability, often involving contractual promise to compensate, reimburse another party for a specific loss. So this person gets indemnity, no legal liability incurred while acting on the client's behalf. That's what it means, you know. So, say for instance, and I'm seeking clarity, because if the person is not doing anything illegal, why would they need indemnity? They can just operate how they're supposed to operate under the law. Why did you put an indemnity clause there? For what? You see, it is my opinion that these people take with the idiot. So, when you make me know, I want to lie them, you know. You see, lie them and the people in my school, only make me know if it makes sense for you to offer the CEO indemnity. No liability, no legal liability. If the entity is going to indeed operate within the law. Please explain it to me why this would be necessary, ladies and gentlemen. Overseeing trillions of dollars. Please let me know. Because them people that take off idiot, you know, man. Them take off some real idiot to blouse and skirt. She not done talk yet. Mighty God with us. Jeez and peace. No, I mean, really. She really does. She's a lot. About 40 minutes now she talking.
May determine.
And again, just to note, the investment threshold may be amended by order, subject again to affirmative resolution, which means we'd have to come here, debate it, vote on it. Section 48, I'm now on to clause 26. Section 48B2B, 48J, and the fourth schedule to the Financial Administration and Audit Act shall not apply to approved reconstruction and resilience projects or designated strategic investment projects. This removes the issue of double approval being required since the cabinet would have already approved these projects. So remember the one I gave you about PSIP and the schools? I had to go through PIAB and then go through cabinet. So it's redundant. So what you're doing is you're actually making the process a little bit quicker. Clause 27 provides the usual power for the minister to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the act. This is to be done in consultation with NARRA and subject again to affirmative resolutions. Clause 28 provides that the minister may amend the schedule subject to affirmative resolution. Part 4. Clause 29 provides that NARRA is dissolved. Mr. President, you'll recall that NARRA is intended to be a temporary measure. To give effect to this, Part 4 of the Act sets out how NARRA will ultimately come to an end. Clause 30 provides a transfer of any reference to NARRA after its dissolution to be construed as a reference to the government. This encompasses any agreement, arrangement, contract, instrument, or other document. The provision includes the necessary safeguards to preserve the interests of third parties and the public. Clause 31 provides that after dissolution, monies held by or become payable to NARRA shall be credited or payable to the consolidated fund. Clause 31 provides that the assets, rights, and liabilities of NARRA shall become vested in the Commissioner of Lands, Accountant General, or the government as appropriate. Clause 32 speaks to the transfer of official records. Clause 34 provides that the transfer of real property under Clause 32 shall not be treated as a transfer for which transfer tax, property tax, or stamp duty is chargeable. Clause 35 provides that the Act shall continue in force until the day after the day of dissolution. If we go to the schedule, which deals with the Office of the CEO of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, we can go paragraph by paragraph. We see paragraph 1 speaks to the tenure of the CEO, which shall not exceed 3 years. It also limits eligibility by excluding sitting members of either house.
After just 6 minutes in the oven, your pizza is baked to perfection and ready for pickup or delivery. Seamless. From order to oven to you. Visit Domino's.com.jm and place your order now.
Down to the advertisement sound better than
any time, and that resignation takes effect as from the date set out in the instrument. Mr. President, the CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the...
Wait, I don't think y'all heard that a while ago. Let's play that back. Let us play that back. Whoa, wait a minute. Got him. Got him, Jamaica. Got him. Hey, listen, me know say me slow enough, but me not that slow. Me know say me slow, but me not that slow. Let me go back to that what you said a while ago. No, sir. Hold on, let me turn off my Bluetooth here, sir. And then come back to that phone here. Yeah, let me turn off my Bluetooth here, sir. Come back to that phone here. Let me just line up something real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man. Turn off that the Bluetooth there. And turn on this one here. Very interesting.
Or Jamaica can continue to rely on the machinery that members on both sides of this parliament have acknowledged is too slow, too fragmented.
Why is this thing
and
so low?
To deliver at the scale this moment demands.
No, man.
But Mr. President,
Let us not lose sight of what this debate is ultimately about. It is not about institutional design. It is not about governance theory. It is about the people of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland,
Yeah.
Nova.
Uno no business about nobody in St. Elizabeth or Westmoreland.
Not be following the Senate debate.
What is, man?
Waiting for this country's institutions to match the resilience they themselves have already shown. This Senate has a responsibility to these people. In piloting this bill through the other place, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 5, spoke of our potential. And I'll quote from him. For too long, Jamaicans have been told about our potential. Potential in our geography, potential in our people, potential in our brand, potential in our diaspora, potential in our cultural influence. For too long, that potential has lived in reports and strategies, in speeches and vision documents, while the mechanism to convert it into reality remains absent. I'm quoting our Prime Minister. The National Reconstruction Resilience
Our Cleveland Tomlins today. I even want to hear from I miss team.
And that's why I support it. I support NARRA because Jamaica cannot rebuild 21st century resilience with 20th century bureaucracy. I support this bill because vulnerable communities deserve more than sympathy.
A criminal alone support this bill, man. Criminal.
I support it because climate resilience, economic resilience, and institutional resilience are all essential to Jamaica's resurgence. Mr. President, this bill is creating a reconstruction framework that builds on local and international experience. This bill demonstrates to the people in the West and across Jamaica that we want to move with speed to support the redevelopment and resilience building that we urgently need. This bill, therefore, deserves the approval of the members of this honorable Senate. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank God she done. Oh my God, she's done Jamaica. She finally done. It low bad, man.
45 plus 9. Thank you. I'm thinking about that.
Now you're inquiring about the time. Go ahead, please.
And I want to express appreciation to Minister Morris Dixon for taking an innovative approach to the opening of the debate, and one which I think really helped to clarify, not only for members on both sides, but to ensure that the listening public can recognize that there is information here. Sometimes if you listen to some of what is being said, you would be confused to think that this is actually the bill before the Senate. That
I might take off this time off for your presentation.
No, Mr. President. No, Mr. President. But I certainly will not require as much. But Mr. President, I did think that the presentation was of such a standard that it required being recognized, and I would invite my colleagues to join me. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, it has been a good day, and it is not intended to do any further business. But
after you suspend the debate.
Yes. Yeah. But we are asking that the debate be suspended and that the Senate also be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Okay, so there are two questions. First of all, that the debate on this very important bill be suspended for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? And secondly, that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? The Senate now stands adjourned.
I shall raise it to you. And we commend the grandfather of Senator Tim, who celebrated last sitting. 100 years. Oh, and I was 1 year.
Big up Senator Tim.
And on another note, too, and I should have mentioned it earlier that the Marshal Captain Bake lost his brother in an accident in Miami. I understand he is a resident of the Bahamas. So we record our condolences to you and your family and congratulate Senator Tim on the same breath on the longevity of her grandfather. The Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. What is this?
Well, it's over. We have to wait for the next sitting to hear from the People's National Party. It's quite sad. I'm saddened. People, me just going to do this last video. I'm going to make this last part. Dana Morris Dixon. Dana Morris Dixon. Oh, Odin, what going on, Odin? Respect, you know. Bless up, bless up. Bless up. Alright. Come on, I eat that. Now go back to the part on the other phone now. When I already ready for clip up. I understand. There we go. TikTok, we are here again with another one. Listen to Dana Morris Dixon.
It provides that the CEO may resign at any time and of Parliament or a local authority. So unfortunately, Senator Brown, you can't be the CEO. Paragraph 2 provides that the name of the CEO and every change in CEO must be published in the Gazette. Paragraph 3 provides that the CEO may resign at any time and that resignation takes effect as from the date set out in the instrument. Mr. President, the CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the...
So, let me understand something. If the CEO have an interest in procurement, the CEO is required to disclose that interest with the minister. Suppose him not disclose the interest. Let's go back, Like we listen again in Jamaica to make sure so there is no misunderstanding. Listen to this.
CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the minister...
Whoa. Maybe I play too fast. Am I understanding that if the minister has an interest in a procurement and the CEO is aware of it, the CEO is to report to the minister and the minister may or may not? That means it's optional. And if it is the CEO that has an interest, the minister may or may not. Let me listen to that again. Hold on, wait. Let's listen to that again, TikTok. Listen this again.
Require the CEO to dispose of such interest, and every change in CEO must be published in the Gazette. Paragraph 3 provides that the CEO may resign at any time and that resignation takes effect as from the date set out in the instrument. Mr. President, the CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to
The CEO must not have a direct interest, in any contract or procurement posed, So at the CEO the matter about. Listen now.
be made by the authority. That's very important.
Whoa, whoa.
CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important.
The CEO must not have an interest in any procurement that the authority propose or made. The authority would be the minister because the CEO gets directive from the minister. The CEO of NARRA, All right.
Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing.
Play that again.
Has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the minister may revoke the appointment of the CEO for any of the prescribed reasons, including convictions, inability to perform duties, etc. Paragraph CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO.
That part. If the minister thinks fit, isn't the CEO or the minister having an interest in any one of the procurement? Shouldn't that be an automatic breach, Jamaica? Because I'm not understanding this now, and I would love some clarity. And I'm asking the question, what does this really mean? It caught my ear. I find it very suspicious. What does this really mean, Jamaica? What does this really mean? Listen to it again without interruption.
The CEO. Paragraph 2 provides that the name of the CEO and every change in CEO must be published in the Gazette. Paragraph 3 provides that the CEO may resign at any time and that resignation takes effect as from the date set out in the instrument. Mr. President, the CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the minister may revoke the appointment of the CEO for any of the prescribed reasons, and every change in CEO must be published.
Me have got call head boy upon that one, but I love to hear what him have to say about this. Because me not gonna pretend as if me understand. What she has say, it sounds like she has said the CEO cannot have an interest in any procurement. Zin? That's what she has said now. That's what she has said. It sounds like that she has said. But at the same breath, it's like, it sounds as if it's a procurement coming from the authority, but then the authority may or may not, handle that situation in a particular way. Let me see if I can get him. He's a busy man still. Let me see if I can get him. If I'm available, he will answer. If he's not available, he not going to answer. So we go. But would I really love to get some clarity about this? Me know some upside down, man. Me know some upside down. Me know some upside down. Yeah, but they want to know if you hear. Yeah, if the minister deem fit. You understand what I say, bro? That one they kind of shake me. If the minister deem fit. Well, the gassy thing is about the employment. Who is the actual employer? So that kind of different. This is a time when I wish I knew a lawyer. Yeah, this is a time when I wish I knew a lawyer. I could have called a lawyer and say, yo, what does this mean? You know what I'm saying? How do you interpret this? Honestly. What's up, Pat? How you doing? Bless up, bless up, bless up. Please watch and be careful. Things are getting more scary, dangerous. Hackers do not steal money with links again. With photo picture. What? Everyone on this platform needs to see this video. What is this?
What it takes to take over your phone, your finances, and destroy your life. In this video, I'm going to tell you one of the... Listen. A single photo might be all it takes to take over your phone, your finances, and destroy your life. In this video, I'm going to tell you one of the WhatsApp's deadliest scam. One of my friends got a message from a WhatsApp number that she did not recognize. The message actually came as a simple photo with the question attached, do you know this person? As a normal person, her heart skipped and she was curious and hoped that none of her loved ones had gotten into trouble. She was worried and she tapped on the picture to download it. In less than 5 seconds, she got debit alerts showing that all her money in her account had been cleared. Her phone was completely hacked. Every password, every OTP, every secret questions have been stolen without her knowing. What happened to her was one of the most advanced WhatsApp scams till date. That simple photo that I mentioned earlier was not just a photo. It carried a hidden digital weapon called steganography. That photo was designed with a dangerous code embedded inside the image. When you download or open the image or the photo, that hidden code can exploit your phone or your apps to quietly install malware or spyware that can 1. Steal banking passwords and OTPs, 2. Track your messages and calls, 3. Take control of your device remotely. Because this code is hidden inside a photo or an image, it bypasses most of the security checks on your phone. This can happen to anyone, even without clicking that image, especially if your phone is on auto download on WhatsApp. Now, how do you prevent this from happening? Listen carefully. Save this video right now and share it to your loved ones. First of all, go to the settings in your WhatsApp. After that, go to storage and data. Click on disable auto downloads of photos and files. By doing this can prevent your phone from downloading photos or files automatically. Also, never open or download anything from unknown numbers, especially if they ask you to identify someone. That is their trick because it will get you to be curious and want to download it immediately. Steganography is one of the most dangerous WhatsApp scams. Share this to your family and...
Yo, you guys hear that? A WhatsApp scam that the person got a picture and it said, do you know this person? But the picture is coded with some technology in it, something in that technology with some codes in it that accesses everything in your phone. All the lady money was gone, Jamaica. Access to her messages, her pictures and everything. Mighty God. And you see, this is all the more reason to stay away from the digital age, you know. A man can stay all the way from Botswana or Timbuktu or United States while you are here in the Caribbean and steal everything from you, you know. That's dangerous. That's why we need to keep the analog and use the digital as well. We cannot throw away the analog. Cannot throw it away, Jamaica. Anything fully digital is no good. I'm telling you. You think so they can stop all of these hackers? Who you think them use to stop hackers? Hackers. People that have this innate ability. You understand? With this brilliance, and them just use it in the wrong way. You understand? But this question, I'm going to come back to this later, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to come back to this lady's speech later. I have 2 videos I'm going to drop on YouTube. Check them out. TikTok, I drop about a couple videos since me there. I'm going to drop on next one. So, bless up on yourself. I'm out. And for the persons on TikTok, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. The link is in the bio. I'm kind of disappointed, say. You guys did not get me to 50k likes still. Today Friday, boy, I wanna let me down. I'm not telling a lie. Wanna let me down. The one that whenever hit the like button, wanna let me down. Big up the 51 people them on YouTube hit the like button. Zane, that's my time and I'm out. I've been on here for 4 hours. I wanna get me to 50k. No man. Look like I'm gonna busy, man. Come like I'm gonna do up and down. I still observe no movement there, but the way me here car up on the road is like Jamaican people have no business, brother. The government are pressure with tax and they just get on with themselves. Keep being cooked in the pressure cooker and not rebel. Yeah man, continue Barrington, dig up yourself. Don't rebel man, just keep being cooked. Make them continue to apply pressure to your ASS, but don't rebel. Don't rebel in any legal way. Don't rebel, just keep it up. Mishibu, big up yourself. I don't know what to tell you. It's very disappointing what the Jamaican people are going on with. It's like them no business. They're really under one spell. I'm out. Peace. Continue to be the lone voice in the wilderness. Mighty God.